We are the Walking Dead. Hey, Wolfpack, Cat's back with another surprise tier list. Making sure everything works. Sorry, just a quick sec. Okay, looks like we're connected well. Yep, Cat's back, and we're doing another tier list, this time doing a return to the horror genre, but not just the horror genre, one of the best horror video games of all time. That isn't Resident Evil, Devil May Cry, or Silent Hill. Telltale's The Walking Dead. The Walking Dead is a fantastic point-and-click adventure, full of many great episodes. And then there's the Javier and Michonne chapters, but otherwise I would say it is a fun game series and does the Walking Dead franchise a great service, introducing it to people who don't keep up with the comics or are outside of the show's continuity. Hi, Kira, you made it. So, The Walking Dead. Yeah, Telltale's The Walking Dead. We are talking about the point-and-click adventure, The Walking Dead. So, Telltale, our friends who made that underrated Batman game, actually got put on the map thanks to this title. Now, yes, Telltale did exist before. They created the Sam and Max games and the Back to the Future the game, but this was the one that really made Telltale a household name amongst gamers. They did an adaptation of The Walking Dead. This time it is a complete side story. Don't worry, it doesn't interfere with Rick Grimes or his adventures or the millions of spin-offs that you probably aren't watching right now. This is Lee Everett and Clementine's story, plus some extra characters who show up later. They did a point-and-click adventure game where we follow a group of survivors basically trying to survive a zombie apocalypse. It is the end of the world, zombies have rose from the grave, are killing everyone, and basically it's a story about trying to survive, whilst also retaining your humanity and teaching this little girl Clementine how she'll mold herself and grow up in this darkest of timelines. Yeah, checking comments. Okay, seeing people are on board. Yeah. So, The Walking Dead video game is an episodic video game. This is one of those video games where they have playable chapters slash episodes. Telltale, I would argue, is more of an interactive movie, but your choices basically shape the narrative. Events, play, story branch type of storytelling. There is some decent action. The action does get better, I would say. That is the one thing that did evolve over the course of these games. The fighting, quick time events, and action of the games got better and better, even in the more questionable titles like Michonne and Javier's story. But I would say it's a pretty good franchise. It is actually pretty fun. There are some low points, and we're going to go over them, but I decided to rank the Walking Dead episodes, the video game episodes. They're usually at least 5, some lesser. The Michonne was supposed to be a DLC, but they made it its own game to make more money. The 400 Days is essentially a bonus episode, but yeah, the highest one went up to 6 episodes. 400 Days kind of has like mini arcs in it, but we'll talk about that later. I thought it'd be funner to judge them based on the episodes, since there is a wide variety of events, emotions, and high and low points in this franchise as the story went on. Some of the episodes are awesome, S-tier masterclass storytelling, and some not so good. We have the Michonne arc, and yeah, the New Frontier is on here too. So I wanted to talk about The Walking Dead because I am a horror fan, and I haven't really talked about The Walking Dead all that much on our channel, despite it arguably being a hit horror show back when our channel started. The Walking Dead franchise was so good, and then it started to slip downhill, and that did affect the games, as we'll carry on throughout. Walking Dead, basically, zombie apocalypse story. We're following a group of survivors enduring the harsh new world. The world has fallen apart. The twist is humans are the real monsters, and it's more so a morality tale and fighting zombies. The zombies used to be the main villains of these stories, and this also reflected in the games, but human antagonists became the main selling point, that these are humans who got worse and exposed their true colors, grew into basically bitter or worse people once the apocalypse started, and we no longer had a society or civilization. So people were free to be good and evil. And the apocalypse brings out the best in people, some like Lee Everett and Clementine, and sometimes it brings out the worst in people. David Garcia being one of them, but yeah, we'll get to that. Gonna be talking about all the individual episodes, because I thought that would be a bit funner and not as quick as talking about all the games as a whole, because there are different high bars and low bars in each of these episodes. Hey Cat, hey Light Jones, hey Network 98, anything after Season 8? I liked The Martian, it was a breath of fresh air. The Martian? Don't know what that has to do with anything. Yep, it becomes like the moral compass of the show that humans are way worse than the zombies. Yeah, that was initially a cool thing in the show, that humans were the true villains and we got more cool human antagonists, but as it went on, it became very repetitive, rehash, and simplified the villains to just one-note evil, and the quality of the writing dropped immensely. We had cool villains like the Governor, Negan, and Alpha the Whisperers were pretty cool, but then we had some lame villains. The show's filler villains, all of them pretty much sucked, and the Commonwealth, which were easily the most disappointing villains. They were friggin' Nazis. Yeah, Nazis and stormtroopers in a zombie apocalypse story. That makes so much sense. 1, 2, and 4 are great. New Frontier is good, but not great. And Michonne sucked. Yeah, fully agree with that one. Michonne, definitely the low bar. They basically stopped trying when we got to Michonne's title. So, fun fact, the Michonne title was supposed to be a bonus episode DLC for Season 2, but then they repackaged it and decided to sell it as its own game just to make more money. And yeah, I did buy it because I liked Michonne, and I thought Season 2 was actually decent, a lot more depressing than the first one, but Michonne was a colossal step down, and the New Frontier, a step in the right direction, but not as far as Michonne. Like The Walking Dead is confusing. It used to be so simple, but they tried ramping up the stakes, escalating the storytelling, and having characters doing shocking, twisted stuff, and it kind of really lost the plot. It lost itself. The Walking Dead, I do not think is good anymore. I kept up with the main story because I thought it was the prime story, the original Walking Dead show, the one that was about Rick before Andrew Lincoln departed the show to do other things, only to come back in a spin-off which nobody is watching. Yeah, so The Walking Dead show used to be so cool, and exactly like the games, it started out awesome. These were critically acclaimed games up until we got to Michonne, and the series kind of fell into a rut, and it is definitely reflected in the games. I do think the final season turned things around because it was an actual finale, and the show I could not say the same for the Rick Grimes show, which essentially became the Daryl show as it went on, lost itself completely, and ended on a god-awful finale which plugged a bunch of spin-offs. Yeah, you want to finish the character story arcs? Well, go check out all these 50 spin-off shows. Daryl's getting a show, Carol's getting a show, Negan and Maggie are getting a rom-com spin-off, and Rick and Michonne are getting their own mini-series, and we're also following this chronological story, like this Tales of the Walking Dead with a bunch of diverse idiots who you don't care about. It was a mess. The Walking Dead just became another franchise, and we went from a basic plot about trying to survive zombies into this great deep morality and philosophical study like this is friggin' Prometheus or something, and yeah, to say The Walking Dead franchise is not in a good state is a massive understatement, but we're here to talk about the video games, which are pretty fun. Even the bad ones like Michonne and New Frontier had some interesting moments, but we're gonna go over that. I will be ranking all the episodes individually. We do have quite a few, so we can talk about it more, but I'll be ranking every episode down here on this tier list. So if this is your first ever tier list, I'll explain it for you. I'll be ranking all the episodes from best up top to worst rock bottom, and I have played all of them. I played this entire game series. Rumor has it there's going to be another one, but I'm not sure because Telltale hasn't even finished The Wolf Among Us 2, but we'll see. I'm going to talk about this franchise because it's something I always wanted to do, and I know a lot of my followers really want me to get back into horror, so this was a good compromise, but yeah, gonna be ranking them all up on this tier list. We got classic letters and fun descriptions. So up top we have S tier, perfect game, speaks for itself, 10 out of 10, epic masterpieces of not just The Walking Dead, but of gaming in general, and we will be seeing a lot of Lee and Clementine stories up here for sure. Basically, you get the idea, first place winners. Then we have A, Daryl Delight. These ones, good, fun, not outstanding, but they're definitely worth your time. They're definitely fun episodes, I will say. They get an A, but it's right under S. Close to perfection, but not close enough. Then we have B, Good Governor. These ones are fine. They're alright, they're good, they're passable, they are playable, they're not god-awful, they're not even worth skipping, but they are definitely a good game and a good story to have in this long story arc. Then we have C, Average Carl. These ones, meh, forgettable, didn't really piss me off enough to be bad, but also were not awesome enough to be praiseworthy. They're definitely a game that exists and basically kind of a middling chapter in the long story arc. Then we have D, Lackluster Dead Feet. These ones, they're lame, they are bad, they had good ideas there, but did not connect well with the rest of the video games and were, as it says right here, lackluster, a dead feat. And at rock bottom, we have F tier, Lucille Fodder. These ones, bad. 0 out of 10s. The worst of the worst, and unfortunately, we will be seeing a few down here. These ones are the ones who deserve to be broken in by Negan's bat. They are Lucille Fodder. AMC, milk, 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 milk. Yeah, that's what they did. I personally hate Michonne because it was sold as a separate game, but many people would defend it, saying that it should have led to basically more world building in the Telltale Walking Dead universe. Well, the Telltale universe is set in the comic universe. Yeah, I have to tell people that Telltale's The Walking Dead is set in the comics. It's set in the Walking Dead comics universe, not the TV show, and it is not its own separate timeline. Characters from the comics are here. We meet Whisperers, we meet Jesus, we meet Glenn and Herschel, who look more like their comic counterparts rather than their TV show counterparts. Yeah, spoilers, Stephen Yeun did not come back. They have Glenn here for the first episode, and he does not sound a thing like the Invincible Boy. Yeah, it is set in the comic universe. It is taking place during Robert Kirkman's comic book writing, and we get hints that Rick Grimes and his show counterparts are on their adventures while Lee and Clementine are on their own story arc, and pretty much which confirmed it was the Michonne story, which, yeah, is basically what Michonne was doing after the Savior War and before she came back in the Whispers arc, and basically it's a whole lot of nothing. But yeah, it confirmed that it's taking place in the comic universe. Since you're going to start it, I'm going to outright say it. Season 1 is the GOAT. Yep, it is. There is so much Walking Dead content, it's surprising nobody paused. It was the most successful zombie franchise. Yeah, well, it kind of stole from Dawn of the Dead a lot, but yeah. Walking Dead, the games are pretty good, but we are going to enter some rocky territory in the middle section. Don't worry, I plan to get Michonne out of the way soon, but we'll start with where it all began. Episode 1, A New Day. Season 1 is the greatest video game of all time. Lee Everett and Clementine are the main characters in this, and they are phenomenal. Walking Dead is basically kind of The Last of Us, a father and daughter who aren't related, forming this cute kinship and bond, and enduring the apocalypse together. Lee regains his humanity. Lee is a convict. He's being sent off to prison, and then the apocalypse happens. His ride is completely derailed, and Lee Everett escapes, goes on the run, and saves Clementine, a little girl who is left home alone. Her babysitter was actually taking care of her, but the babysitter got bit, turned into a zombie. Lee Everett kills zombie babysitter, and we find out Clementine's parents are on their like vacation or something. They were supposed to come back, but the apocalypse happened and prevented them from returning. And Lee and Clementine meet here, where they become the greatest duo of video game history, and yes, they are a million times better than Joel and Ellie. Episode 1, going on to perfect game. Yeah, is there really any surprise? So, episode 1, basic introduction. It is a newbie's intro to the Walking Dead universe. You meet the walkers, you see the formula, you fight zombies, you see that this is a very brutal, visceral zombie show. Lots of body horror. The walkers can only be killed if you take out the brain. And Clementine and Lee are basically set up, and you meet the colorful characters who will form your group. You join like basically a group and survive the zombies. That is the baseline story of every Walking Dead story. You meet Kenny, his family, Katja and Duck. You meet Glenn, who is from the comics, basically giving a cameo in this game. Glenn teams up with Lee. You meet Carly, Doug, Lily, the douchey Larry, and all the wacky assorted characters. Basically, it's kind of adapting the first 2 episodes of the TV show, like where Rick wakes up out of his coma in the zombie apocalypse and meets the group at the mall. They try to escape a building past the zombie horde. Basically the same thing in the video game. Lee Everett experiences the zombie apocalypse, meets Clementine, a bunch of colorful characters, and it ends with you trying to escape a building that's surrounded by zombies, trying to cook up a plan and get the hell out of there. It's basic, but that's what also makes it very fun. We get to meet the characters. In Telltale's video games, the casting characters are the biggest selling point. They are what either make or break a Telltale video game, especially in The Walking Dead, and I think it does a pretty good job. Clementine, instantly lovable. She's this cute little girl. She's scared, and Lee Everett realizes she's all alone. The babysitter was the zombie you horribly murdered, and basically she has no one taking care of her. Clementine is actually a smart kid character. She survived by camping in her tree house where the zombies can't climb up and get her. Lee Everett is the first human who stumbles upon her, and thankfully, Lee turns out to be a decent guy, depending on how you play him. Exactly like Batman, you can play Lee Everett as like a dick with a heart of gold deep down, or you can play him as a straight-up hero. I usually take the nice options, especially around Clementine, and Clementine is adorable. I really like her. She's a fun kid hero character. She's smarter than she looks. She isn't afraid to get her hands dirty, but like most kids, she is terrified. She has no adult supervision. She is pretty much helpless. Lee Everett takes her under his wing, and they both kind of look out for each other. Lee obviously takes care of Clementine like a parent. Clementine actually looks out for Lee, offers ways to help him. Then they form an unlikely pair, becoming kind of like a Joel and Ellie, but with a much more satisfying ending. Do you like other Telltale games? Yeah, I love Batman, the Telltale series, as my second favorite game. I like The Wolf Among Us. I've been waiting forever for The Wolf Among Us 2. That is happening right now, apparently. Looking forward to it. I love The Wolf Among Us. And I really love Tales from the Borderlands. I never played Borderlands before doing the Telltale game, and I thought it was fun. The Tales from the Borderlands is underrated. It is badass. I tried getting into the Game of Thrones Telltale game. It had some fun moments, but also had that Game of Thrones depression mixed in. I don't think it did that great a job getting me into the Game of Thrones world like the show did, but it ended up being kind of a mixed bag for me. I did like the Back to the Future video game. That one was fun. I do like the Jurassic Park Telltale game. It's not one of their good games, but it has its fun moments, and the dinosaur action is really kick-ass. And what else was there? I'm trying to remember. I know they did a lot of Walking Dead games. Guardians of the Galaxy, I ended up really liking it. I am so pissed off it's been removed from digital stores. Now I have to hunt it down physically to find and play it, but their Guardians of the Galaxy game was actually fairly decent. I did think the Batman one was better, but Guardians of the Galaxy had some fun moments. Also, I know some actors in the Batman Telltale game. I know most of the actors were in that. There is so much Walking Dead content, it's surprising nobody... Okay, read that one. Yep, to this very day, I do know how The Walking Dead became bigger than George Romero's zombie universe. Carly is more useful than Doug. Sam and Max, yeah, I heard of the Sam and Max games. I've never played them. Yeah, I've never played Sam and Max. I know that's Telltale's baby. Sam and Max and Monkey Island were their original babies, but I've never played them, okay? I never played them. I didn't know Sam and Max existed until Doug Walker did that parody of them where Malcolm and Tamara were dressed as Sam and Max. I mean, look at you. You look like McGruff the Crime Bunny. That was funny. Yeah, I've never played the video games, even though that's arguably one of their starter franchises, but I played their more mainstream stuff. Anyways, back to the first episode. I think it is a very solid intro to the Walking Dead universe. If you've never watched the show or the comics or played any of their other failure games, the Daryl and Merle game was not all that good. This one is a solid intro to the Walking Dead universe. It is kind of slow at parts. We do meet Herschel and go to the Green family farm. We see how Herschel's son died. He actually got torn apart by a zombie, but then if you're familiar with the mainstream story, this is not the end of Herschel's journey and his son. We see how they died. We befriend Kenny and his family. We meet all our core characters, at least the characters you're meant to think are going to be important later. Larry has a heart attack. You manage to breach in the pharmacy, get him heart pills, help save Clementine. Larry, complete ungrateful bastard, ditches Lee because he knows who Lee is, a former ex-convict. And the walkers are like pouring in the pharmacy, but Kenny saves your life because you defended his son, or at least depending on your choices. You get out of there. We find out more about Lee's backstory by the end. The pharmacy was owned by Lee's family. Lee ended up killing his Lee originally killed his wife because his wife cheated on him. That's why he's going to prison. We find out his brother was there, and the brother and he had a falling out after his arrest, which makes murdering the zombie brother hit a lot harder. He kills his bro and takes his keys, and you escape on like a bus and get to this motel where you build it as a safe zone. You think everything's gonna be okay, but then we get our twist ending. The power goes out. Yeah, the zombie apocalypse is not over. You're out of the frying pan and into the fire, ending episode 1. But what's most important is you meet the core cast members, especially Clementine. Glenn goes off. He has to go to Atlanta to rescue some friends. Obviously, teasing the main story from the comics. He's going to meet Rick Grimes. But I think episode 1, A New Day, pretty solid, pretty nice entry. But I think episode 2 definitely raised the stakes even higher. And Katie Forrester and Lady Longneck Yokai Watch. Gosh, the way Herschel's son died was so stupid. It was supposed to introduce you to the multiple decision situations and specific situations that you cannot really prevent the negative outcome. Yeah, no matter what you do, Herschel's son dies. And it is pretty stupid. You have to either save Kenny's son, Duck, or save Herschel's son, Sean, I believe was his name. Yeah, Sean gets pinned under a tractor because he stupidly let the little boy fool around on it. And of course, there's zombies heading towards the fence. The son is like trying to board up the farm and making it a fortress, basically, which will pay off in the season 2 if you watch the show or the comic. And Duck accidentally runs over Herschel's son, and you have to either save him or save Kenny's boy, and no matter what you do, the outcome's always the same. Herschel's child doesn't make it because, spoilers, he's dead in the comics and he becomes a zombie. Or you save Duck and earned Kenny's trust. It is kind of a much easier choice looking back at it because, yeah, basically you're trying to forge a friendship with Kenny and Herschel kicks you all off the barn and he'll eventually let Rick and the gang stay there for like an entire season story arc. Yeah, that's it. Lee Everett and Clementine don't meet Rick, they fake you out, and the choice did not matter because Sean dies either way. What did you think about the woman at the hotel? Yeah, there's this crazy woman who was bitten by a walker, and you find out that biting turns you into a zombie. I thought that was actually a pretty impactful way, but they do kind of turn it into a joke because Glenn was hoping to score with her. You have a boyfriend? Not now, Glenn. The woman tries to steal your gun or begs for a mercy kill because she's been bitten, she's gonna turn into a zombie, and basically telling you basic zombie logic. Bites and scratches turn you into a walker. This is important because it will have an after effect all throughout this series. Some characters get bitten by zombies and turn, and basically, you have a choice if you want to mercy kill them or try and talk them out of it. The girl dies either way. She tries to steal Lee's gun and ends up dying a rather horrible, painful death from it. And basically, you kind of turn the hotel into your own safe zone when she's out of the picture. I think the choice that does matter in this game is either saving Carly or Doug. You meet Carly, who's the reporter, and Doug, her socially awkward cameraman. They're also with the group and hiding out in the pharmacy, and basically you have a telltale choice. Which do you save? The zombies are pouring in, and both Carly and Doug get grabbed, and you only have time to save one. You can either save Doug, the cameraman, who's a smart tech guy, or you save Carly, who's good with a gun, but also knows Lee Everett's secret that he was an ex-con, and if you let her die, keep Lee's secret. And this one's always kind of hard. I do sometimes go back to save Doug because Doug has some funny moments in the following episodes, but Carly is much more well-rounded a character and heavily implied to be a love interest for Lee, so it is definitely a hard choice, but you can only save one. One of them dies, and I think it's the first time where your choice does matter because it is telling you that you decide who lives and dies in this game. Either Carly or Doug die, and only one of them sticks around in the two following episodes. Never chose Doug. Also, Rudolph in the Aflac commercial. What made things actually stupider is that when you do save Duck, it doesn't allow you to get on the tractor and pull back. It's Carly's gun, and yes, you run into two unpreventable situations where the negative outcome is final. Yeah, that kind of became the meme. It's like, Telltale choices, the game is tailored by how you play, and it became a joke that no, it doesn't, because sometimes the characters die anyway. You just, like, stall their deaths for later. Which I understand, but yeah, basically, Carly and Doug's deaths are the only points that matter. You save one of them, and you make it out of the pharmacy with all your core group members. Larry reveals that he knows who Lee is, and he's basically keeping an eye on Lee, that he doesn't turn into a traitor, when it's kind of more clear that he's kind of the ass of the group. Kenny can either be your friend or your sworn enemy. Lily establishes herself as leader, and basically you turn the hotel into your safe zone thinking it'll be alright, but nope, this is just the beginning, and I think it is pretty perfect. This one is pretty good, but then came episode 2, Starved for Help, aka the Cannibals episode, and yep, it's also S tier, and I think it is way better than episode 1. This might be my favorite episode of the series. I know the finale goes super hard, but this one is creepy. Starved for Help is a straight-up horror movie. Alright, sorry, drinking my 1,000 waters. So, this one, you get rescued by a group who own a dairy farm, and they take you in out of the goodness of their heart, and you also duel zombies together. However, it's the episode that establishes humans are the real monsters in The Walking Dead, because this family, the St. Johns, are actually psychotic cannibals who kill and eat people. They've lured Lee's group here to literally kill and eat them. They're using you for free labor, and then they plan to betray you all. Any of the wounded are killed and turned into dinner, and our friend Mark, who suffered a brutal injury, is basically... They pretend they treat his wounds, but actually wrote him off as a lost cause and chop up his body and feed parts of him to the group for dinner. The St. Johns are the Leatherface family in actuality, and I really like it. It is terrifying. This family is creepy as hell. They put up a nice front, act like friends, and we do see that they actually do have a friendly side, which fools you into letting your guard down the longer you stay around them. I think Danny is the one that's clearly obviously unhinged, but we see they're trying to bond with them. Either they'll let you join them, or they're like either trying to let you join them as a cult or as food. And it is a haunting premise. The farm starts out nice, and as the game goes on, there's like this symbolic storm happening above you, like dark clouds are coming and the night gets gruesome. There's like a blood red sky to show you that the dark side of the family is starting to show. It is a super effective episode. Lily's actress Nikki Rapp also played Muffy Crosswires in Arthur's video game. Yeah, I know. You said she was in something else too. Something like Transformers related. But yeah, I really like this one. This episode is very scary. It is creepy, unsettling. The St. John family are actually pretty good twist villains because there's an attempt to actually fool you into believing they're nice. We see the farm is peaceful. There's an electric fence around, so the zombies haven't been able to tear it down. We get fake out villains in the form of bandits. There are bandits out in the woods and basically killing, robbing, and possibly raping group members. They nearly murder Mark. Mark gets shot with an arrow. We also get introduced to Ben Paul. Yeah, we meet Ben in this chapter. Ben and his high school like football team or band geeks are basically, they got lost in the woods. There's that infamous scene where the teacher got caught by a bear trap out in the woods and zombies are coming all around you, and you have the choice of either leaving the teacher to die getting eaten or cut off the teacher's foot to get him out of the jigsaw bear trap. And we find out in a very twisted way, these bear traps were left out to capture people. The St. Johns were the ones who planted the bear traps all around the area to literally catch food, and not all of it was for animals, it was for humans. Oh god, it's the car. Yeah, the car is also at the end of this episode. Also, Shell's actress, Sissy Jones, that I know her as Lilith Clawthorne from The Owl House. Yeah, great to see her get more work. Another reason why Season 1 is the GOAT, every episode is different and they are always as effective. Yeah, they are. And Kaguya from Naruto. Oof, I'm sorry, Cece. So, yes, all the episodes in Season 1 in particular feel different. There is an overly connected story arc, but this one, full-blown horror story. It is the Texas Chainsaw Massacre and a bit of Saw mixed in. They have like a secret room where they're butchering people. And this is actually the first time we're seeing cannibals in The Walking Dead outside of the comics. Like, it took the show forever to get to this point, and other video games too. There are humans who kill and eat people. Like, food has gotten so scarce that they're literally now eating our own kind, and the St. Johns pretty much dive right into it, like no apologies. We were taught never to waste, so we didn't. And yeah, it is very unsettling how they basically rationalize eating people, that humans are just livestock food. They really did want to let you guys in on the farm, like you proved yourself useful, and they try to join you low-key like the Terminus cult, like you're either a butcher or a cattle kind of way. And big shock, Lee's group is absolutely horrified to find out they've been eating Mark, and it leads to a pretty intense fight scene. The St. John's knock you out, hold you hostage, throw you into a barn, basically awaiting being slaughtered. All the characters are there, and one of the choices that does matter, you have to race for a countdown and stop Clementine from eating a piece of Mark's body. Like that scene where you open up the closet and find Mark missing his legs and bleeding out, begging for help. That is truly haunting, and you race, and if you aren't fast enough, Clementine could eat people. You can save her from this. You can get her to spit it out if you're late, and if you make it, you manage to prevent her from eating her friend. Find out that, yeah, we're cannibals. They take you hostage, and basically a jigsaw kind of fight. You escape an escape room, fight to survive, kill all the St. Johns or leave them to suffer. I honestly do pick the choices to leave them to suffer because the farm starts falling apart. Basically, a symbolic metaphor for how their sanity and order fell apart, that it's all come crashing down. The electric fence gets short-circuited and walkers finally start breaching the premises. Brenda St. John, the mom, gets an ironic death. She's killed by zombie Mark. Yeah, Ben reveals that we're all infected. Yeah, spoilers for the show and comics. Everyone's infected by the zombie virus. It doesn't matter if you're bitten or scratched. If you die and your brain isn't destroyed, you come back as a zombie. And Mark got basically dissected, and he didn't get his brain destroyed, so Mark turns into a walker and gives the mom her ironic death by eating her. So that is a pretty satisfying death scene. Brenda St. John gets eaten. You save all your friends, all your compatriots. You fight the brothers, and given the choice to kill the final son, Andy St. John, he and Lee have this epic boss fight. They fight in the field, fist fight, and you can kick him into his own electric fence, killing him, or leave him to die. And I actually pick leave them to die because those walkers finish them off, and it feels a lot more poetic that the cannibals who eat people are eaten by zombies. So yeah, they die no matter what choice you make, but yeah, it is pretty intense, and unfortunately, you do lose characters here. Mark dies, and Larry dies. Larry, the asshole, he has a heart attack, and there's this very sadistic moment where you can choose to save him or kill him, knowing he'll come back, and if you try to save him, you get hints that Larry was starting to come back, but nope, Kenny crushes him to death with a salt lick, and that is the end of Larry, no matter what you do. Yeah, Larry was an ass, but it does lead to the good moral dilemma. Do you save him or not? Lily's friendship with Lee is definitely affected by whatever choice you make, and I actually felt for Lily for the first time in the series through this episode. Lily can either betray Lee or help save him because you were there for her. It's actually a pretty heartwarming scene if she saves you. She snipes Andy when he tries to cheap shot you. So, no John Kramer named? No, sadly not. I remember my iPod 5 run this game. It's almost time for Walking with Dinosaurs reboot. Hi everyone, I hope you have a very nice day yesterday. Yeah, it was Friday the 13th. I wanted to do a Jason story, but I remembered we did all the movies already. The bear trap scene was so gruesome and horrifying because, right, it's just printed in your mind who sets bear traps nowadays. Pretty gruesome scene. Yeah, this one definitely ramped up the violence. If the first one wasn't gory enough, Starve for Help has Saw-level violence. Yeah, okay, she was Alita 1 in Earthspark. That's where I remember her from. The plot twist is actually amazing, though. It was actually introduced in the show a year before. Yeah, Starve for Help did beat Terminus to the cannibal twist, and that's kind of why I like it more, because, yeah, we have cannibals in The Walking Dead, and they are frightening because the St. Johns are not obviously evil. They actually do come across as friendly and approachable at first. Then we find out that, oh no, they were actually scoping us out this whole time, and not all of their moments to be friends were false, but it makes the betrayal hurt a lot more knowing that they eventually did choose to kill you. People often forget that the St. Johns actually did not know about everyone being affected. They just believe that as long as the meat is preserved in cold storage, it never rots. Yeah, you're locked in the freezer at one point. Another situation that could have been prevented despite giving the option to. What about Friday the 13th Kills? I thought about doing that one, but there's like so many. We got 12 movies, if you also count the Never Hike Alone saga, so that is a lot of death to go over. Wanted to do the Walking Dead episodes because there's a lot more content to talk about. But Starve for Help, basically you kill the cannibals, you go out on the road, and this leads to a choice that does matter. At the end, you find a car full of a whole bunch of supplies for survival. The car is still working, but seemingly abandoned, and you have to make the telltale choice of whether or not you loot this car or not. Like, just let it be. And this choice actually has an end result that will affect the finale. The car belongs to the quote-unquote main villain of the game, but yeah, if you rob this car, it will affect a story event later. If you let it be, it doesn't matter because your group will still take the supplies. And yeah, it leads to another moral dilemma. Is it right to loot this car? Especially because it seems like it's still operational and on, and we find out this affects the main villain in the game. The main villain actually left his car parked here and stupidly did not hide it, so he blames Lee for some tragic events that happen after this event happens, we'll put it that way. But that is the final choice, and you actually find a working camcorder, and you find the tape of one of the bandits, basically explaining to you that humans are the real monsters, and this girl was like low-key stalking Lee's group and wanted to steal Clementine as her child. And yeah, it is pretty much a heavy ham-fisted foreshadowing that humans are the real monsters, and your little girl Clementine almost got abducted by a stranger, foreshadowing that this is the twist villain is going to do the same. It's a very creepy and foreboding hint, and basically tells you what The Walking Dead is all about. The zombies are the least of the evil in this world, it's humankind, and you will be encountering human villains all the way through the rest of this franchise. But that's episode 2, and I think it is great. It is much better than the first. It is a full-blown horror movie. You're fighting a discount Sawyer family. It is fun, creative, great imagery, great writing, great symbolism, and a lot of intense gameplay and storytelling. This is what I think solidified this as a classic horror video game, so it's gone on to perfect. Also, Destro and Ace and G.I. Joe Operation Blackout. Gavin Hammond. Okay, I haven't played that one yet. Also, I know Gavin Hammond, who also played Araki in X-Men 97, Donatello, TMNT, Mutants in Manhattan. Oh, that game did not do well. Ant-Man in Death Battle. Ooh, good for him, where he fought the Atom. That was the scariest part of episode 2, where you go to the small campsite and meet the woman right there. Yeah, I didn't mention it. You meet like this crazy woman. You're kind of tricked into believing this is Clementine's mom, but no, she's actually this psychotic, crazy woman who ran with the bandits. She ended up betrayed by the bandits. It's implied she killed some of them because her daughter was raped and killed by her co-workers, and she low-key stalked Clementine and Lee because she wanted to abduct Clementine to make her replacement daughter. And we find out this character is actually foreshadowing the main villain. This is the main villain scheme. There are people who want to steal the people you love because they've gone crazy and are essentially using Clementine as a replacement for their dead children. And yeah, this woman is very creepy, unhinged, and stole Clementine's hat to kind of lure her out, and you and one of the St. Johns basically kill her, and you try to uncover what her story was, and by the end you do. You stole one of her videotapes and reveals that she's been following Clementine and believes that Lee is a monster, and it's a huge hint towards the finale. That's what this character was for, hinting that there are greater evils out there, and some who aren't zombies and don't want to kill Clementine, but want to take the ones you love for their own screwed up agenda, and it is pretty effective. So it's gone on to S tier. It is a perfect episode to me. But yeah, we should probably move on to the third one, Long Road Ahead. Alright, so this one, Not as good as the first two, but it'll still go up on S tier because, yeah, all the first episodes are probably going to be on here. Okay, so Long Road Ahead is the Wham episode. This is where shit gets real. So the game, pretty much, this is my one problem. It feels like two different episodes merged into one. There's the first half of this story, which is the fall of your group. Lee Everett's group falls apart. You are completely fractured, splintered. Character deaths happen big time in this episode. A lot of twists and turns, and basically you find out the main cast is not sticking by you all the way to the finale. So, after a falling out happens, there's a lot of trust issues after episode 2. Lily and Kenny seem to be arguing a lot over leadership. The trust is definitely faltering here. Lee is making some tough choices for all of them. You have to distribute food at one point, and basically some really, really awful stuff happens in this episode. The group falls apart. We find out there's a traitor in the group. Somebody is giving supplies to these bandits. The bandits from episode 2 come back, and they're sort of plot relevant in this one. We find out somebody's bribing the bandits and paying them off not to kill them, and none of the group is aware that they're having supplies stolen, so it leads them to believe that there's a traitor helping the bandits. Lily has Lee help her find this traitor. Spoilers, it is Ben. Ben, the high school kid who looks like Shaggy, has actually been trying to help the group by giving supplies to the bandits, but Lee accidentally took the shipment back, finding out that there is a traitor among them. The bandits get pissed off and think they were backstabbed, and they invade the hotel. The hotel safe zone is destroyed and wrecked in this episode, leading to an awesome shootout, but I also kind of hate this segment of the game because it's the first time you have a sniper fight in the video game. Yes, really, I believe I speak for all of us when I say, screw the sniper gameplay. It is very hard to control, and the point and click is very off balance in this part. You have to get very lucky to shoot these guys out before they kill you. Yeah, you have the sniper segment. Characters die and get hurt. Carly or Doug does die in this chapter, so yeah, you kind of just prolong their death. And the group completely splinters. Duck gets bitten by a walker during the ensuing chaos, and Kenny's son is infected and has to make a hard choice on what to do. The group completely falls apart. Lily snaps and realizes that she was right and goes all psychotic dictator on everyone. Lily turns evil in this. She snipes out either Carly or Doug. Carly or Doug is defending Ben and gets shot for their troubles. The group now doesn't trust each other. Everything is on a rocky cliff, and Lily gets kicked out of the group. You can either dump her in the road or take her prisoner. Spoilers, she goes solo either way. Lily completely goes AWOL. She snaps, goes psychotic, and she runs off, never to be seen again until the final season. Episode 3 was still epic. Some YouTubers make it look easy, honestly. Yeah, I had trouble with that sniper fight. Like Erin Yvette also played Slipstream on Transformers Battlegrounds. Yeah, Erin Yvette. She's actually a good voice actress, but I do not like Bonnie, and we'll get to her. So, Star for Help. The first half is very bleak and depressing. All your friends are dying or not trusting you anymore. It does lead to the death of a lot of characters. Carly or Doug gets killed officially in this episode. Lily goes AWOL. Katja, Duck's mom and Kenny's wife, she commits suicide. She finds out her son is infected. Duck, the little boy, is slowly dying, turning into a zombie, and his parents don't know what to do. They don't know how to handle it. They do know they have to confront it because Duck will turn into a zombie and possibly kill them all. So it leads to a hard choice where Kenny has to put his son down. You have a fight with Kenny. Katja kills herself because she can't do it. She can't kill her son and doesn't want to live in a world without him. Katja commits suicide. It is very tragic, and basically it leads to the big Telltale choice that matters. Who kills Duck? Is it Lee, you the player, do it and spare Kenny the pain, or do you force Kenny to cap his son? And no matter what choice you make, Duck is either put down or left for dead to become a zombie. I do suggest killing him because it's a lot more merciful than letting this little boy roam around as a zombie. But yeah, Duck doesn't make it, and you're quickly introduced to some new characters. This is my one problem with episode 3. After Kenny's family drama is settled, you steal a train, and then you meet a whole bunch of new characters. You meet Chuck, the wise sage homeless man, and you meet Omid and Krista, who are kind of these comic relief characters who are being introduced literally after the most depressing scene so far. It is a bit jarring. You're doing a train station kind of level, a train mission, you're getting a train set up, you're driving it, and you have to get through a blockade. There's like this dangling truck blocking your path, and you have to move it basically, and yeah, it feels like a completely separate episode from when we started. Like, we get this dark, depressing story segment where the group falls apart, and then you're kind of rebuilding a new group in a fun train mission. It is a bit jarring, and why put it lower than episodes 1 and 2? Also, she played as an awesome Star Sapphire or Poison Ivy or Tara Strong, got demoted from acting. Okay, so anyways, the train mission, I think it's actually pretty fun, but again, it feels like they're trying to have some lighthearted breather after the most depressing part. So, you meet Omid, Krista, and Chuck, you recruit them all, you finally teach Clementine how to shoot. This is where Lee kind of realizes he has to be a stern parent with Clementine at times. He's got to teach her how to defend herself because he can't protect her forever. So Clementine learns how to shoot a gun, you give her that haircut, and Lee becomes a parent to Clementine officially in this episode. Clementine is taught how to be a badass and is definitely on a better direction than when she started. Clementine basically becomes your kid and your badass sidekick, so she doesn't suffer the same fate Duck did. And Clementine grows as a character, especially in this episode, but not by too much until we get to our twist ending. So, during a walker attack, the Horde invades you as you're repairing the train and getting the blockade out of the way. You're almost killed, and then it's here Omid breaks his leg, Omid falls off, hurts himself. You get this really pointless choice of saving either Krista or Omid first, and they yell at you for not saving the other, which is always aggravating, but yeah, you manage to save both either way. You manage to escape, and you find out you're going to the town where Clementine's parents disappeared at, hoping to find them, and then you get to the twist ending. Clementine has been talking to a stranger on her radio. Yeah, it turns out Clementine's been in contact with this stranger online, basically. This stranger claims he has Clementine's parents and has been secretly forging this creepy friendship with the little girl. The stranger is the main villain of the game, and this is your first clue to him. And this was actually foreshadowed earlier. Clementine's always playing with their radio and her phone, and you find out she actually was talking to someone on the other side. And Lee finds out at the end of this chapter that Clementine has this secret friendship, and this guy is watching over them, which adds another creepy level of horror to this horror video game. But it ends with you making it to the town, hoping Clementine's parents are out there somewhere. Also, why didn't we get Telltale game of a DC zombie story? Well, they gave us Batman and The Wolf Among Us, which were pretty cool. Despite the major critiques of episode 3, Episode 3 is still goated. Yeah, all these episodes are pretty goated. This one I do consider the weakest because it feels like two different episodes crammed into one. Like, the first one is the fall of the group. The second one is this wacky adventure with a train station, and you meet all these colorful characters who are basically the replacements for the group you lost a few minutes ago. It was kind of jarring, but not bad. I'll put it on perfect game still because the first season is still pretty great. But now you're in the town of Georgia, leading us into Around Every Corner. And yeah, big shock. Also going on to S tier. This one, I'll put it above episode 3, but under 1 and 2. Sorry, I still love 1 and 2 more. Don't worry, this will definitely change when we get to the finale, but episode 4 I would call the filler chapter. Nothing important happens until the twist ending, but not bad at all. It is pretty intense. It is basically a classic adventure exploring a different level. Zombies are now all over, I believe, Macon, Georgia. They went to basically this once great vacation party city, now completely destroyed by zombies, and you find out that it's been renamed Crawford. This evil knockoff governor type of guy turned the town into like a mass murdering fortress of barbarians, and you think the stranger is here, and basically you're finding answers, forming a new safe zone, and desperately trying to come up with a plan on how to survive this apocalypse now that you lost everything. Remember, the stranger actually once had a real name. Only the original 2013 physical copies had it. None of the digital remasters do. Yeah, I believe the stranger was originally called Campman. Yeah, that was his name. He was like Campman. That's what the Walking Dead Wikipedia listed him under. It was later retconned, I guess to make him scarier, because the stranger is supposed to be, well, a nobody, a wandering nomad. This creepy guy who came right the hell out of nowhere, so basically, you're kind of duped into believing who the stranger is. There's a lot of red herrings. You find out that there's this looming threat. The stranger is watching Lee's group every step of the way and trying to basically steal Clementine. The stranger lost his family to the zombie apocalypse. He was the owner of that car you looted, and he basically abandoned it to go out finding his children and found his family dead, killed by zombies miles away. And when he returned to the car, he found out it was looted and managed to stalk the group and befriend Clementine. And the stranger wants Clementine to replace his dead child. Yeah, he is pretty much a complete psychopath, but unfortunately a very smart, calculating psychopath. And around every corner, you're finding out what happened here, solving this greater mystery, and trying to figure out who the stranger is. There's several red herrings, like we meet Molly, this badass action girl. You think she's the stranger, then you meet Vernon and his group of cancer survivors. You think Vernon is the stranger because he starts acting very protective of Clementine. You see the stranger at multiple points, and it's very creepy. There's like several jump scares, and you see a guy following you at times. That scene where Lee's digging a grave and the stranger's like on the other side of the fence is very haunting. You never catch a good look at the stranger's face. He is heavily built up to in this chapter, and to their credit, it does pay off in the finale, but don't worry, the stranger does not get super involved in this chapter. Also, Party City has gone bankrupt. Yeah, not too many people want to party these days. Despite them being such a big area, the game still manages to make you feel small and claustrophobic. Yeah, especially when you go to the Crawfordville. Also, Wolf is busy a lot, like he's missing it. Yeah, Wolf is doing a lot more important stuff. Wolf is supposed to be doing an anime review right now, but still slowly progressing on that. If you're wondering why it's taking so long, he is doing an entire series review, not an episode one, so that'll take time. On the topic of Season 1, do you agree that the lower resolution and gritty textures of the old consoles, Xbox 360, PS3, honestly made this video game actually scarier in more comic book life? Yeah, I do think the lower res kind of made it look good. The higher res makes the motions at least move better, but it kind of took away some of the fear because you can clearly see the stranger's face model a few times. That kind of cheapened the experience, kind of like Silent Hill's HD collection. Anyways, the long road ahead, it is kind of a filler chapter, but important stuff does happen. Kenny forms a plan to get a boat and survive this thing by going out to sea. Yeah, that is the plan. Steal a boat and go out in the ocean or an island where zombies can't get you, which is admittedly a pretty clever plan. However, all the boats are either gone or completely wrecked, and you find out, to make matters worse, there's this evil barbarian town called Crawford. Yeah, it's named after this evil psycho governor guy who essentially took over the town and turned them into like a military fortress, and they're basically this village of evildoers, and it is a pretty fascinating twist what they do later. But yeah, you have to breach into the town of Crawford, which is a complete social Darwinist colony who kill the elderly, the children, or those they consider weak. If you are a burden or interpreted as a burden to their society, they kill you. And yeah, you have to take Clementine to a place that kills children, so there is a lot of tension here. We also do meet Molly. Molly, an instant fan favorite. Molly's this badass action girl. She's sort of the game's version of Andrea, this strong, independent woman who kicks ass. She's cute and adorable. She fights with this mountain climber sickle, which is a pretty sick weapon. She's actually a lone wolf who slowly is defrosting her icy shell, befriending Lee and Clementine. Kenny undergoes a lot of his personal turmoil in this, and Ben basically desperately tries to be useful, and we find out Ben was the traitor. He was giving supplies to the bandits, and Ben is at fault for the death of Kenny's family, causing a huge rift between them. And it does lead into a telltale choice of whether or not you leave Ben to die or save his life in spite of everything. And it does have a very epic side. Breaching this evil villain base is super cool and super intense, but then you find out in a twist, the town of Crawford fell apart. Yeah, the town is no longer infested by evil bandits, it's now infested by zombies. So Crawford fell apart. Apparently, Molly was from Crawford and she was helping her sister. Her sister was pregnant and trying to hide the pregnancy, and she was threatened with execution, but she went nuts and started killing people. And of course, the people in Crawford did not know that you can become a zombie after regular death. So after these people died by stabbings or being shot, they came back as zombies and the society quickly fell apart. So now you're in a town full of zombies. Also, I'm finishing Overlord and Sailor Moon Crystal on Netflix before they remove it. They're removing more good content. That sucks. Also, you say Lucy Hartfilia's actress is perfect for Mary Ellen, even though Mina I know from Sailor Moon is scary when her anger against her cat Artemis. Well, Jeremy Lay is just a pretty good voice actress. Okay, so some important stuff does happen here. You're getting medical supplies for Omid's broken leg. Chuck, the wise homeless man, dies off screen, which is another reason why I bumped it down. I did not like how they got rid of Chuck. Chuck performs a heroic sacrifice and apparently died in the sewer. You find his corpse later. Chuck got killed. He's the only main group member who dies, unless you count Ben. Ben, you can either leave for dead or save his life. I actually choose to save his life because the finale gives him a much more proper conclusion. But yeah, Ben can die. Vernon loses one of his best friends. Molly is revealed to to be a part of Crawford, but Molly has a change of heart and helps save your life, helps save Lee and Clementine. You manage to get all the supplies you can, you loot Crawfordville successfully, albeit with some losses. Vernon's best friend dies. They make it out of town. Depending on your choice, Ben can fall off a bell tower to his death, or be saved by you. Everything's cool. You manage to get out of there alive. There's a lot of tension in the group still regardless. But Crawfordville is sunk, you got the supplies, you got what you needed, and you managed to find a boat in the mansion, so that all worked out. You get supplies to fix your boat, and everything seems to be coming up Millhouse. However, things start to fall apart in the ending. If you saved Ben, Kenny hates you and Ben. If you let him die, Kenny is kind of sociopathic and clearly going on the dark side from it. He did not care that Ben died. Clementine is completely depressed because she saw good in Ben, and Clementine and Lee's bond takes a huge hit in this chapter because you're basically forming your plan to get out of the city, and there's no time to look for her parents now. Vernon tries to take Clementine for himself and tells Lee that maybe you should let us raise her, and it leads to a scuffle. You're led to believe that Vernon is the stranger, but no, he's not. Vernon departs, but it's very clear he's not done with the group yet. Molly actually does leave for good. She makes peace with Lee, actually can give you a hug, and Molly proves that there is good in her. She sets off, and I believe they planned on using her for a sequel game, but it never happened. Molly leaves, and then you get to the dark twist. Clementine runs away, she chooses the stranger over Lee, and Lee gets bitten by a zombie. Yep, Lee Everett is going to die, and the finale is literally his final stand. Lee got bitten by a zombie, and unfortunately didn't amputate quick enough, and we find out, to make matters worse, the stranger has Clementine, and he reveals that he is a bad guy. He wants Lee Everett to get revenge on him, and to do whatever he commands, and the zombies that followed the train are finally making it into town. Yep, it is now a complete zombie world. Lee Everett's bit and Clementine is gone, leading on one hell of a downer ending. But it leads into one hell of a finale. No time left. Bye, Cat. Sorry, I have a good since I've church service day. Okay, well, good news, Akira, episode 5. The finale has also gone on to S tier, and yep, it is the best one. So yeah, we at least got through season 1 together. Chuck's body being in the sewers was so stupid, they could have just had him survive. Fully agreed, Chuck should have had a heroic send-off in the finale. What did you do with Ben? I actually saved Ben in episode 4 because I like how his character arc wraps up in episode 5. I'm not sure if they fixed the wording, but literally when you go down the sewers, you can find a lone walker, and the context reads, attack zombies, but everybody calls them walkers. Yeah, that's what you're supposed to call them. The Telltale Walking Dead zombies are not very fast, but yet they were still able to catch up with the train left off. Well, I think like a day or two pass, and because the zombies don't need sleep, they're like walking 24/7, but yeah, the zombies followed the train from episode 3 all the way to the party town in episode 5. Yeah, that is their explanation why there's suddenly more zombies roaming around. The walkers literally followed the train all the way after you, so now it's just to ramp up the stakes. So, the finale of Lee Everett's story, it is awesome. This might be our number 1 because it kicks so much ass. It is cool. Lee Everett goes out in a blaze of glory. It is a badass finish to such a badass game. So, Lee Everett's bitten and infected. You have the choice to cut off your arm and amputate. It's supposed to save your life. Spoilers, it doesn't, because Lee Everett still dies either way. I honestly skip amputating because it's obvious it's too late by that point. Like, you went hours with your infection, so yeah, it is too late. But no matter what choice you make, Lee Everett still fights to save Clementine, and this is your final stand. Clementine is endangered by the stranger, and Lee's going to use his last few precious hours of life to save the the girl he raised as a daughter. This is Lee Everett's redemption arc and ultimate badass moment. All the character arcs come to an end here. If you saved Ben, I do like it here because Ben actually gets a more tragic death and also a proper ending to his and Kenny's arc. Ben finally stands up for himself, tells Kenny he's a douchebag and that he's lost people too. He doesn't even know if his family is alive because he was supposed to meet them back in episode 2 until their bus derailed and you found him. He's basically been holding it all in and trying to do the right thing, and I do like Ben and feel sorry for him here because ultimately he's still a kid too. Kenny and Ben can actually make amends in this chapter, which is nice. And the walkers invade the mansion, Dawn of the Dead style, leading to a really kick-ass shootout. Lee, Omid, Krista, Kenny, and Ben all fight them. They all survive. They're parkouring across buildings. Unfortunately, this is where you say goodbye to a lot of the characters. So, you actually get to kill zombie Bree. Vernon's friend came back as a walker in the opening of this. You kill her, and Ben dies in this episode. If he didn't die in episode 4, he is absolutely dead in this one. He suffers the fate of Randall from the TV series. He falls off a building and impales himself on, like, rebar. He gets brutalized, and there is no way to pull him out. And, of course, zombies are showing up, where Kenny sacrifices himself to save the day. Kenny makes amends with Ben and grants him a mercy kill, and the last we ever see of Kenny in both directions, both story branches, Kenny is overwhelmed by walkers and don't worry, he somehow survives all this, but you don't see him again. We're led to believe Kenny died a heroic death. He sacrificed himself helping Lee and apologizing for being a dick, and unfortunately, we never get confirmation nor denial that Kenny's dead. Kenny is still alive. He is in season 2, so don't worry, he comes back, but this is his end in the first season. Kenny gets separated from the group, he's swarmed by walkers, and Lee has no time to go back and save him. He has to save Clementine. Then, when you're crossing the sign, unfortunately, it leads to the bridge falling apart. Omid and Krista are left behind, and Lee tells them to flee the city without him, that they need to take care of Clementine once he's gone. Lee goes off on his own to save Clementine and face the stranger, while Omid and Krista get to a safer distance and wait like a specific time in case Clementine comes out of it okay. Yeah, basically Lee gives his blessing for Omid and Krista to take care of his little girl, and get that badass moment where Lee charges through walkers, dual-wielding sharp objects, and cutting his way through a zombie horde to that badass country music, making his way towards the stranger's base. And you find out the stranger is in the hotel where Clementine's parents were, and Clementine's parents, they died. They died, they're zombies, they're walking in the crowd. You see the same car you looted earlier in episode 2, and it leads to the big highlight, Lee versus the stranger, where basically this started the Telltale trend, where the stranger calls you out on all your choices you made getting to this point. The Telltale Walking Dead zombies are not very fast yet. What does it make sense about the whole zombies following the train? Because they're drawn to the sound and light, which I'm pretty sure they would have lost the sound of the train ages ago. Yeah, they would have. That train was like moving very fast, and not to mention miles across the states, but yeah, apparently they followed all the way. Yeah, when the zombies attacked, just for some odd reason, the bigger door in the house had to be wide open. Yeah, apparently they didn't block it well enough. Okay, so this is pretty much the crucial moment. The stranger, the main villain of the game, is basically some guy. Yeah, he's just some random guy who was a victim in his own story. He lost his family, and he wants Clementine to replace that family, and he and Lee have a confrontation where they call each other out on their actions, and you find out that this guy is just some sad, pathetic schmuck who lost everything, and is not so different from Lee. The stranger is kind of a dark reflection of Lee Everett. Everything he could have been if he took the evil directions. And basically, he wanted to take Clementine to replace his daughter, and we find out potentially you can reveal Lee Everett's backstory. Lee killed his wife because she cheated on him, and he was hoping to start a family with her. And the stranger actually can open up and relate to you through that they both were basically fathers who lost everything and are calling each other out on their actions, only to realize they're not so different. Except for one thing, the stranger is crazy and violent. He's talking to his dead wife's severed zombie head, carrying it around in a bowling bag like the governor does. And yeah, it's pretty clear this guy is not mentally there either. He's talking to like his zombie wife, and Clementine actually manages to save herself, like breaks out of the closet she's locked up in, and Lee and Clementine double team the stranger. Clementine chooses Lee over him, realizing that he was the better father figure, and you murder the stranger. Either you strangle him to death, or Clementine actually saves you by capping him. Yep, the stranger actually gets killed before the final act, and that is the end of him. You find out humans are the real monsters, and this has all been basically a test of morals. It was that type of story. Basically, what's right and what's wrong? Are you really a caring person, or are you seriously screwed up and far gone? The stranger gets killed by either Lee or Clementine, and it's not over yet. You have to escape the city and help Clementine out. You actually get your first moment where you cover yourself in walker guts, and you walk across the city. Clementine discovers that her parents are truly dead, and unfortunately her father figure is going to follow soon. The infection is finally kicking in the last 20 minutes. Lee Everett is dying. Clementine takes you to like a mechanic's garage and tries desperately to save you, but nope. Lee is too far gone, and you teach Clementine one last lesson on how to survive, and Clementine gets her first solo walker kill. Clementine kills a zombie that nearly eats her. The zombie does not kill Lee because he's already a zombie by this point, and it leads to the final choice, the goodbye between Lee and Clementine, where Clementine can mercy kill Lee, or leave him to turn as a zombie. Lee's handcuffed to a radiator, and basically if you shoot Lee, Clementine is strong. If you don't, then she'll be living with regret for the rest of the series. When it comes to Kenny putting Ben out of his misery scene, it's a blink and you'll miss it, but there's actually worse space on the sides of the hordes of zombies, and even Kenny looks at one of the sides. Yeah, I'm sure he survived. Yeah, when the zombies attack, okay, read that one. So, this ending is perfect, and yes, a million times better than The Last of Us 2's Joel's death. The mentor figure dying is not that cliche or surprising here, because we grew attached to Lee, and it is actually a shocker that he died, and unlike The Last of Us, which killed off the main character in the first episode, here, they did it in the finale, so it has a lot more of an impact. It is a tragic tearjerker scene. The death of Lee Everett is one of the saddest moments of not just this game, but in video game history. It hurts. It hits you hard. Dave Fennoy and Clementine absolutely knock it out of the park, and I do choose to mercy kill Lee because after everything, that seems like the best thing to do. Lee Everett can get mercy killed, or you can just leave him, but it's very clear Lee Everett's story is over. He died a hero, giving his life to save Clementine, and Clementine will never forget Lee. Clementine manages to either kill Lee or leave him, and escapes the walker-infested city, going on without him, and we get a post-credit scene where she sees two figures off in the distance, and yeah, as everybody predicted, it's Omid and Krista. Omid and Krista adopt Clementine and take her in as her own, leading to a bittersweet ending. Most of the characters are dead, but the little girl you fought hard to protect survived and is now a more hardened person. And that is the first season. This episode is epic. It might be our number one. It's great, it's badass, it's tragic, it's emotional, and it's a satisfying finale to a very underrated video game. No Time Left is easily the number one. Yeah, really love it. Still has a place in video game history, so don't worry, it is not rock bottom like these later episodes. But now it's time to talk about the bonus episode, 400 Days. So this one has absolutely nothing to do with Lee and Clementine. It is basically kind of a side story Tales of the Walking Dead adventure. We follow a bunch of random characters going on basically mini story arcs. These are kind of bonus mini missions taking place during The Walking Dead, and Telltale gave a big tease that these characters are going to be important in season 2. Spoilers, they are not, but 400 Days... Ooh, where do I want to put this one? It's not bad, but I might put it on Daryl Delight. I like some of the stuff in this one, but then you realize a lot of it was kind of ruined come season 2. 400 Days is basically the first 400 days of the zombie apocalypse. You meet a whole bunch of random new characters who, spoiler alert, don't matter, which is why they're going down a level. It absolutely did save the best for last. Okay, so I have some criticisms with 400 Days, the big one being these characters don't matter. So you meet Vince, another convict character, who is pretty much a watered-down Lee Everett. You meet Russell, who I did like. Russell has trust issues. He's a college boy trying to get to his grandma to save her from zombies. You meet Wyatt, who's actually a pretty funny comic relief character. His chapter was easily the scariest. You meet Bonnie, who unfortunately is the one character who matters. Bonnie, I am very mixed on her segment. And you meet Shell, who is easily the worst of the characters because she's boring. So, basically you meet this diverse group of characters who are all on their own solo missions, and these 5 are all going to become friends by the end of the 400 days and are being set up. It's basically a giant advertisement for the season 2 that Telltale is making more Walking Dead content, and this is literally just bonus material. Like, you get a cameo from Kenny, you see Carly/Doug's corpse, and that is about the gist of the main characters appearing in this game. I actually liked it at first because I was hyped about what was going to happen in season 2. Then season 2 comes around. It's like that was a waste of time. Yeah, spoilers, the 400 Day characters, only Bonnie really matters. The rest get cameos. They're like cameos in season 2. They're part of Carver's camp, and most of them don't even say or do anything. You meet Bonnie, who's the only character who mattered, and unfortunately, she grew into the most hate-worthy of all of them. Alright, so my least favorite story in 400 Days is Shell. Shell basically has a group who starts out very loving and wholesome. She's actually with Vernon's group, and we get kind of a severed plot thread here. We find out what happened to Vernon's group after they betrayed Lee. Vernon's group tried to steal the boat, and apparently it went wrong. The boat crashed, it went up in flames, and Vernon ended up dying, and his cancer survivors join up with this group. The cancer survivors are with Shell and Roman, and some other assorted characters. Basically, the group captures this guy trying to steal from you, and you have a telltale choice of either assuming he's evil and executing him, or showing mercy and letting him go. Spoilers, he was a part of a group of bandits, and if you let him go, they come back and basically raid your base, and it leads to the death of one of the cancer patients. I honestly picked to kill him because, yeah, he is very untrustworthy, and if you understand Spanish, you know he's saying some evil things. So, it also leads to another telltale choice in Shell's story where you find out one of your friend characters was also stealing from the group and planned to go AWOL, and it leads to another decision over executing her. Yeah, basically you find out Roman has become this crazy governor type of villain where he's being very strict, enforcing hardcore rules, and wants to murder people who are trying to rob them, leading to him becoming no better than them, and you have to execute one of the girls you are hanging out with, and basically your choice here is to either kill your friend or run away and go AWOL. I choose to go AWOL because Roman is clearly not a trustworthy character. Shell's story is the most boring and easily the most underwhelming of them all. You hang out in the I believe like in the hotel or like another hotel or diner area, and it's not as interesting as everyone else's stories. Then, my next least favorite is Bonnie's story. Bonnie, unfortunately, is a main character. Erin Yvette voices Bonnie, and she will be appearing in many Telltale games in the future. Bonnie basically is a part of the group who robbed from Roman, and it's implied Bonnie's having like an affair with this guy. Like she's with this couple, this elderly couple, and the husband is very clearly flirting with Bonnie and super into her, and you find out the wife is very jealous and envious of Bonnie and suspects her of cheating, suspects her husband is having an affair behind her back, and we find out the wife is not exactly a saint either. She was the one who stole from Roman's group, and you get this fun scene where you're being chased in the cornfield. Bonnie gets shot, and the wife basically tries to ditch her and let Bonnie take the fall for it, and through wacky series events, like a complete dumbass, the wife is wandering around in the dark waving a flashlight, and you accidentally kill her. Yeah, Bonnie accidentally wings the wife, and she thinks Bonnie set this up to kill her when that's clearly BS. Like, she was the one who left Bonnie for dead, and yeah, it leads to a telltale choice on can you make amends or not, and the husband either stays with his dying wife or teams up with Bonnie, and no matter what, Bonnie gets away, and yeah, that is kind of the end of her chapter, and Bonnie unfortunately got a whole lot worse in season 2. I was expecting for that Power Rangers tier list you made that post yesterday. Well, I have a Power Rangers video out on Patreon, so I wanted to spice things up with a return to horror briefly. Then, my next chapter, I think Vince falls smack in the middle for me. I know Vince is the earliest one in the 400 days, but ranking-wise, his falls dead center for me. It's okay. Vince is once again a convict, but he's on a prison bus, and he's with these two other convicts. There's a fight on a bus. It leads to one of the convicts murdering a guy, and then the zombies happen. Zombies overwhelm the bus. The prison guards completely puss out. One of them gets killed by a zombie, and the other runs away like a wuss off into the unknown. Yeah, spoilers, he gets his comeuppance later, but he ditches the convicts, and you have to mercy kill. You have to, like, basically kill one of the guys you're chained up with. Vince is chained to two convicts. One is a creepy thug rapist, and the other is a white-collar criminal, and you have to choose whose leg do you shoot off to get the chains off of and leave behind. You're, like, chained together, and you could only save one of the guys. I honestly trust the white-collar criminal a lot more because I know he's not gonna rape me or hurt other people. Yeah, sorry, but it is like the easiest choice to make. The guy arrested for rape and who's been a violent thug, or the guy who's been kind of sleazy but is a white-collar criminal. Yeah, I choose him. We can ditch each other once we're out of the mess. Yeah, I choose him every time to escape with, because the other guy is like such a violent psychopath. But yeah, you shoot off one guy's leg, leave him for dead, and you escape the bus, and that is the end of Vince's stories. No matter what you choose, the one of the convicts you choose leaves the group. One either just ditched you, the other tried to murder someone in your group and you ended up killing him, making the choice matter even less. So, very easy choice there. Speaking of horror, any plans for a tier list for the Saw traps? I haven't seen all the Saw movies. I haven't seen Jigsaw or the Spiral, the Book of Saw. And I've not seen Saw X. But now you to two of my favorites. I like Russell and Wyatt's chapters the most. Russell, you team up with this guy named Nate, and I'm 100% certain this is one of the guys who tried shooting at Rick and Herschel in the bar. Like, this is gotta be Nate. Nate has to be one of the thugs that was with Randall in season 2. We see him shooting at Rick, Herschel, and Glenn, and Randall got injured and was impaled, and this guy drove off in his truck, and this truck looks exactly like the TV show truck, and I believe this is the same guy. We meet this guy named Nate who is also this creepy, unsavory thug-like character, but he's actually kind of darkly hilarious. He's embraced being a psychopath, and he picks Russell up for a ride, and you find out he's actually being nice to Russell because through this bizarre and creepy lens, he wants Russell to be a replacement for his bro. He claimed that one of his friends was killed, and he's low-key projecting a lot onto Russell to be his replacement buddy. You basically work with this very sketchy guy to survive, and there's a shoot-up at a gas station. It is actually fun and the most action-packed of the chapters, so Russell easily has one of the fun segments, and it leads to your Telltale choice on whether or not you kill the people who've been shooting at you. You find out that the shooter was this elderly guy. There's this old guy and his brutally injured wife. They've been camping out at like this Denny's, and they claim Nate attacked them. Nate shot them, and they think Nate and Russell came to finish the job, and it's left very vague how true this is, or if they're actually completely paranoid, and if you trust Nate or the elderly couple, and basically you make the choice of either killing them or walking away. I choose to walk away. Nate ends up completely butthurt because he treats Russell like breaking up their bromance type of deal, but yeah, it is a pretty fun chapter, and honestly the one I think captures the most of the moral compass dilemma of The Walking Dead. But easily my favorite is Wyatt's, the one where you're driving out in the fog at night. Wyatt and Eddie are these two stoner idiots, kind of this Harold and Kumar, Cheech and Chong knockoff. They're basically driving around and they accidentally run over a guy. The guy is the prison guard from Vince's bus, so hilarious that he got his comeuppance in the end. And basically Eddie wants to save him. He wants to go back, and you're not sure if you killed a person or a zombie. So it leads to this great, intense mystery of who goes out to save him, and you play rock, paper, scissors. This is easily the hardest achievement in the game, playing rock, paper, scissors with your AI buddy, and if you lose, you go out and try to look for the guy's body. If you win, you get to stay in the safety of the car. But no matter what, you get separated. We find out, oh, there's Molly. Molly's probably streaming right now. So you basically find out it was the cop, and Nate attacks. Nate, the villain from Russell's group. He was trying to kill Eddie and Wyatt, and it's strongly inferred that Wyatt and Eddie accidentally killed his bro, the one he's trying to replace with Russell. And Nate's the villain of this chapter, trying to get revenge on them. He almost kills you, but Wyatt and Eddie get separated, and we never see Eddie again until the final season. Yeah, really, I'm not making that up. Eddie comes back in the finale, but yeah, Eddie and Wyatt get separated. Then you find out the 400 Days group all meet together. All 5 of the main characters are surviving together, and it leads to the final choice. Who do you convince to come back with you? We meet Tavia, who's the right-hand woman of Carver, the main villain of Season 2, and basically you can potentially see these characters again in Season 2, and it's why this one is down a level. It leads to nothing. The 400 Days is a complete waste. It's literally just pointless bonus material, but very fun pointless bonus material. I think it's a Daryl delight. We'll put it on A, but it is not S tier because Season 2 did nothing with these characters except for Bonnie. Bonnie's the only one who gets her story carried on, while all the 400 Days characters, they're cameos. Like, they're cameos. They appear in the background. They get, like, one line, and Clementine bumps into them from time to time, but it's a whole lot of nothing. So yeah, 400 Days, I will put onto Daryl Delight. It's dumb bonus material, but pretty dumb fun bonus material. Some funny moments, kick-ass action. If you love the first season, it's just an expansion pack. That's really all it is. So we'll put it on A. Not necessary, but also not necessarily bad. But now we finally made it into Season 2. Up next, All That Remains. Clementine is now the playable character. She's with Omid and Krista until they die, and Clementine is separate. Okay, so where do I want to put this one? I might actually put it on Daryl Delight. So, Season 2 is not awful. There are some who would argue it is pretty great, but season 2 is where the game started to shift gears. My big problem with season 2, it is a lot more bleak, depressing, and nihilistic. Season 2 overdoses on the mean-spirited harshness, and it pretty much starts in this episode. Omid gets killed in the first minute by some random bitch who's trying to mug Clementine. The bandit bitch gets her just desserts seconds later. Omid dies a pretty pointless death, and Krista, for some reason, blames Clementine for it, in a really out-of-character moment. Her drug addiction never comes back up. Nope, it never does. She kind of recovers from it after 400 days. Yeah, Bonnie. So, Omid dies in the first 10 minutes, and I did not like it. He went out like a complete idiot. He tries to save the day but gets shot, and then the bandit girl gets killed by Krista, and Krista pretty much gets separated from Clementine. More bandits attack them. There is this pretty fun and intense boss fight where one of the bandits is trying to murder Clementine, and he gets his just desserts real fast. You run into a zombie forest, and of course he stupidly doesn't give up by then and gets killed by them. He gets his just desserts eaten by zombies, but Clementine is lost in a river, and spoilers, we never see Krista ever again. Yeah, Krista is set up like she'll appear later. We never see her again. She doesn't appear for the rest of the series, so it led to a lot of fan theories that she died or is not caring enough to search about Clementine. Clementine gets washed up, you meet this stupid dog, and predictably the dog is evil. You actually have to kill a dog, and no, I do not mercy kill it because that dog attacked Clementine, screw him. And yeah, it kind of started the phase of Clementine torture porn. Season 2 is very cruel and relentless towards Clementine. You meet a whole bunch of incompetent adults who need the 12-year-old girl to do everything for them. Clementine has to make some grown-up choices, and while I do like Clementine's character development, there is a lot of torture porn, and one of the big reasons why it's on S tier is that scene where Clementine has to stitch up her wound. Yeah, Telltale loves its gross out, and it started especially in this episode. There's this gross up close-up where you have to stitch Clementine's bite wound. She was bitten by a dog. Clementine is saved by Luke's group, and I do like most of these characters, but they think Clementine was bitten by a zombie, and so they have the brilliant idea of locking Clementine in a shed to see if she turns into a zombie or not, forcing Clementine to patch herself up. And you wander around the house, you hear conversations, get to learn more about this new group of characters, and Clementine stitches up her wounds. It is very gross, and ends up saving herself from a zombie, and proves to the group that, yep, she is fine. She is a regular little girl and was not bitten by a zombie. Hilariously, you get to call out the idiots on all of this. And I do like Clementine showing a lot more independence now, but it was kind of a red flag that this is going to be a season that tortures Clementine more often. Honestly say that episode 1 of season 2 was a perfect game. Really, you liked it, Light Jones? Me, I kind of saw it as a forewarning of the quality drop. It's not bad. I do think it is still an A-tier episode, but the adult characters are not very nice to Clementine until near the end. You meet the new group. You meet Luke, who I do like. You meet, what was his name? I'm trying to remember. The black guy and his wife. Yeah, I know, Rebecca's the name of the wife. I think the husband was Alvin. Yeah, Alvin, Rebecca, Carlos, Pete, who I actually did like. You meet Nick, who's basically Ben 2.0. And who's the other guy? I think there was another one, but yeah. You meet this group of colorful characters, and basically they become Clementine's new friends and guardians. Oh, that's it. Sarah, the socially awkward, I believe she's implied to be mentally challenged girl because Carlos is sheltering her. Sarah becomes like Clementine's new gal pal. They're like girlfriends. They're hanging out together, but it's very clear Sarah does not understand the reality of the apocalypse. Carlos is basically sheltering her. Yeah, I do like Luke. Luke's the badass. He's the caring, compassionate, moral compass of the group. He actually is friendly towards everyone, even Clementine, so made me like him. I liked Pete. He's the cool, badass grandpa. Actually has a heart and does believe Clementine when she's bitten by the dog. Alvin, we don't get to know him too much in this episode. Episode 2, he becomes a lot more likable and charming. Rebecca, who's kind of a bitch. She's very much pregnant and is about to give birth and is undergoing some drama. We find out more about this later, but yeah, she is very much hostile towards Clementine. Carlos, who's the medic, he's kind of the de facto leader of the group and did not like him in episode 1. Episode 2 and 3 humanized him a lot more. Carlos is the Spock. He's the cold, logical one of the group. He's caring towards Sarah, but not towards anyone else. And we meet Nick, who is basically the kid. He's very trigger happy. He's very short fused. He's kind of Ben 2.0. I do like that we get to grow to understand Nick in episode 2. In episode 1, he's basically more of the angsty teen kind of guy. The theory goes that Carlos believes that Clementine was a spy for Carver, and so did Alvin, because if he catches you at the window, she would eventually say you're not with Carver. Yeah. Oh, he would eventually say you're not with Carver. Okay, so I will admit, I did like the season 2 group as it went on. In the first episode, I only liked some of them. Pete and Luke, because they were nice guys. I mean, they saved a little girl, so can't get any nicer than that. Rebecca and Nick and even Carlos, kind of a bit dickish. They did not trust Clementine at first and were very hard on her, which seems a bit harsh for, you know, them to be hostile to a 12-year-old girl. They're being hunted by a villain named Carver. Carver, played by Mr. Blonde himself, Michael Madsen. Yeah, really. They got Michael Madsen for a Walking Dead video game. Carver is kind of the overarching villain, but in a twist, we find out he doesn't stick around for long. They're on the run from this psychotic governor knockoff who's hunting the group because Rebecca had a relationship with Carver, and Carver believes their baby is his, and he's basically stalking this group for fleeing him. Carver has like this Walmart turned into a military fortress, and he wants basically his possessions back. He treats Rebecca and their kid like his property. He owns them and he wants to be the dad, and this led to some drama. There is a love triangle between Carver, Rebecca, and Alvin, and basically Alvin thinks the baby is his, but Carver believes the baby should be his, and he and Rebecca definitely did some things, so it leads to a whole mess of a story, which we'll get into later. But yeah, all you need to know is the group is on the run, and basically they need to form a trust with Clementine, who's the first person outside of the villains that they've met. So, unfortunately, you get to know the group, they finally start opening up, and then Pete gets bitten. I was very sad. I know Pete was still the old guy, but he was actually likable and badass. Pete gets bitten by a zombie, and you have a telltale choice over who to run away with. The horde attacks, and Roman also got killed off. Yeah, Roman from 400 Days. You find his corpse at the end of the episode, and you realize Carver is after them, and walkers invade, and you're forced to choose who to run away with, either Nick or Pete. I choose Pete because I like him more. I know we get a deep dive into Nick's story, and Pete is infected, but I want to save Pete because he saved me. So yeah, I usually choose him. Nick's story plays pretty much the same, except he's more pissed off in his end. But yeah, you get attacked by walkers and you run away. The only thing you learned is that a villain named Carver is after you. And episode 1, not too bad. I think it is a Daryl delight, but then came episode 2, A House Divided. And this one I will actually put onto S tier. This one, we get to know our group a whole lot more, plus a returning face comes back in this episode, much to our delight. So, A House Divided opens up with Clementine and whoever you ran away with. Pete dies. He unfortunately does get killed in this episode. He's either devoured by walkers or he sacrifices himself to save Clementine. And I do like the one where Pete actually goes out like a badass more, where Pete helps Clementine run away. They're like in this cigarette truck. Or if you're with Nick, you're at like this weird, what's it called? Like they're make like an alcohol moonshine kind of place. They're like in this moonshine shed surrounded by zombies, and Clementine gets to relate with them. You find out more about Pete or Nick, whoever you ran away with, and Clementine makes it back to the group. If you're with Nick, he makes it out alive. If you're with Pete, he sacrifices himself and dies, and I did choose Pete because I like his finale here. Pete eventually dies, sacrificing himself, saving Clementine. You make it back, and you warn the group that there's danger afoot. Somebody is out here in the woods with you. They murdered the bandits who attacked Krista and Clementine, and Roman is dead, and you lost Pete. And the group fans out to search for whoever's missing, either Pete's corpse or Nick. Sucks that Pete needed to die just to show us how weak the group is. Yeah, Pete was more or less the real leader, but then Carlos takes over from this point on. I really liked Pete, so his death a lot more sadder and more impactful. The group leaves the girls home alone, and this is where we meet the villain, Carver, played by Michael Madsen. Yeah, Carver shows up, and he basically asks Clementine some questions. Carver is alone in this, and it's very clear this guy has stranger danger vibes, and it is like easily the most intense moment in the game. Carver's walking around, looking around, and he finds a photo of Sarah, and it's revealed that this is the guy who's hunting this group. You find out this guy is searching for them, but Carver doesn't do anything evil yet. He's questioning Clementine, asking her some serious questions, and dropping hints that there's something more going on here. He doesn't hurt Clementine, but he makes it kind of clear he could anytime he wants. It is very tense and very dramatic. It is kind of reminiscent of Lee meeting the stranger. Carver asks questions and finds proof that he is on the right trail finding the people he's hunting. And he departs, but it's very clear this isn't over yet. And Clementine tells the group that Carver was here and he knows where they are. So the group has to leave and get as far away as possible. Carver is pretty much the main villain, or at least we think he is. The group runs away. They manage to make it to a ski lodge to form a new safe zone, traveling miles and miles away to get away from Carver. And quite creepily, it is subtly hinted Carver is still on their trail. At one point, you actually see flashlights off in the distance, and you get hints that you're not alone. And then we get to the good part of the episode. You meet another group of characters where their leader is Kenny. Yep, Kenny survived. Kenny from season 1, Lee Everett's best friend, and the secondary protagonist, I would argue, is back. Gavin Hammond's back in the saddle. You meet an older and wiser Kenny. Kenny is the leader of this new group. He's with these two gay guys and has a new woman, and they're basically camping out in this ski lodge, taking Lee's advice of going to where, walkers can't reach so easily, and they turn the ski lodge into their camp, and they almost fight the group until they recognize each other. Clementine and Kenny meet each other for the first time since, gosh, I believe back in episode 4. And it's very heartwarming. It is a great feel-good moment. It is the reason why this is an S tier. Kenny is back and he's regained his sanity and somewhat controlled his anger, but only somewhat, as you'll find out. And it is very heartwarming. The group is welcomed in with open arms because Kenny is besties with Clementine, and it does lead to some trust issues over who do you trust more, this group who are runaway fugitives or Kenny's group? And kind of a custody battle over who keeps Clementine, but it is very much a breather portion of the season. You befriend Kenny's group, Walter. You find out his boyfriend was killed. Spoilers, one of the characters in your new group killed him. And you meet the new girl. What was her name? Like, she's kind of a new Katja, and it's very clear a replacement for Kenny's dead wife. Yeah, I can't remember her name. It's like, she's like this other Indian woman, just like Kenny's wife was, and she's even like voiced by the same actress. Yeah, you meet Kenny's new group. You have like a Christmas party. Yeah, miraculously, this turned out to be a Christmas episode. It is winter, and you set up a Christmas tree. You have some lighthearted bonding moments, and it does lead to the one dramatic moment where we find out Nick accidentally sniped out Walter's boyfriend. Walter's boyfriend was the lookout who was guarding on the bridge, and Nick, in a complete moment of like he was freaking out, he was in the heat of the moment, he accidentally sniped out Walter's boyfriend, and they decided not to tell them about it, but then they find out that guy was their friend, and it leads to a telltale choice of what you're gonna do about it. Walter finds out, Nick finds out that he made a mistake, and you can either save Nick and Walter's friendship and, like, atone for it, move on, or this will lead to Nick being killed. Nick is attacked by a zombie, and Walter refuses to save him. Sorry, I just catch up on comments. Look, William Carver had a point. Not a good point, but a point. Yeah, Carver is a very interesting villain. We don't get too much into him in this episode. Episode 3 is where his full true colors are on full display. This episode gives you hints that Carver is not a good guy. It is very clear he's a villain by the end of it, but Carver actually has kind of a morally gray side in this episode. I wish they explored it a bit more, but we'll get to that come episode 3. So, there is some potential deaths in this episode. Pete dies no matter what you do. Nick can potentially die. I usually save him because I try to save as many of the group I can. Nick actually is likable in this, and he gets some character development. Nick is kind of an angsty kid. He had an abusive dad, and Pete was his father figure, and he's kind of lashing out, blaming himself for not saving his true caring dad. And Nick can die or become redeemed, and I do choose the redemption path. Nick and Walter can make amends and become friends. You save the giant windmill that's powering the ski lodge, and then Carver's forces invade. You meet Bonnie, and it turns out Bonnie is with Carver. Bonnie is Carver's second in command, and she actually betrayed you. She showed up earlier, pretended she was a lost soul trying to seek help and supplies. Walter actually showed her kindness, and she repays them by stabbing them in the back. Bonnie is a villain working with Carver, and Carver is after Rebecca because he believes the baby is his. Carver shows up at the end, leading to a shootout, and unfortunately, Walter also dies. I actually did like Walter even after the tension he had with Nick, so he gets capped too and sent to his boyfriend in heaven. And potentially Alvin can die here too. I do choose to save Alvin because I actually liked him. Alvin gets humanized a lot more and becomes like a total dad figure towards Clementine before we meet Kenny. So, Alvin can die if you choose to take a shot at Carver. Carver executes hostages. Walter dies no matter what. And Alvin can die, but you can't save him. But no matter what, Carver wins in the end. You're taken captive, taken hostage. And Carver reveals that he's not really here to kill anyone. He wants to take what's his back. He takes Rebecca and takes all the people he hasn't killed back to be laborers at his evil Walmart safe zone, ending episode 2. And I do think A House Divided is easily one of the best episodes in this. There's high stakes, high tension, really kick-ass action, and Carver is very creepy in this episode because he's not full-blown psycho yet. And of course, we meet Kenny. Kenny is back, and he is now secondary protagonist again. I know some people don't like how much spotlight Kenny absorbs in this season, but I like him. Kenny was a great character, and seeing him return and being Clementine's new quote-unquote guardian is a very interesting story path. I honestly say that episode 1 of season 2 was perfect. Okay, read that one. Yeah, I loved Pete too. Sorry, catch up on comments. Hey, Kat, I see we're doing my personal favorite version of the Walking Dead games and not that one involving Daryl and Merle. Yeah, the Dixon Brothers first-person shooter. That one sucked. Sucks that Pete needed to die just to show us how weak the group is. Yeah, it is very clear the Season 2 group is not as strong or dynamic as they pretend to be. Clementine, I mean the one in the 3rd or 4th game, definitely waifu material. It gives off vibes of Ahsoka Tano. Yeah, Clementine, I would say, is The Walking Dead's Ahsoka for sure. Cute little girl who grows up into a badass hardened warrior and was much cooler than the actual main characters. Clementine definitely is Walking Dead's Ahsoka Tano. Though, the 3rd game, I do kind of question how they betray her, but I can see why people like her. Clementine's adorable. These are the most tense scenes in the whole episode, especially when you have to hide Sarah. Yeah, I didn't notice the gay guys. Yeah, apparently, Walter and Matthew, they were a gay couple. It's why he's torn up about his death. You don't really have it spelled out for you, but it's very clear that the guy who shot was his boyfriend, and he's having a meltdown that Nick ended up capping him. Catra was Indian? Yeah, that's... one of the racist guys says, "You shut up, Indian lady." Lee Everett in the first game is badass again. No wonder he voiced Pawn Krell in the Umbra arc in Clone Wars. Yeah, Dave Fennoy is awesome. You might like the Z Nation. I heard of that, but I haven't actually watched it. Rebecca and Clementine's friendship was very adorable. Too bad Rebecca had to die. Yeah, that is too bad. So, House Divided is pretty intense. I think this is where the 2nd season got super interesting. It finally introduced a villain, it brought Kenny back, and introduced a higher conflict and the main theme, who do you trust? Trust issues are always a staple in The Walking Dead. In Season 2, they're definitely at a high here. And that all comes to a high test in Episode 3. Yep, we finally got to Episode 3 in Harm's Way. Oh boy, a lot of feelings about this one. So, people will argue this is where Season 2 peaked. However, it also started raising some red flags around Kenny's character. Alright, where do I put In Harm's Way? This is the episode where Carver is the full villain. He has your group trapped, and Carver is basically a knockoff governor. He's this evil dictator who's power crazy, power mad, a god-awful boss towards his underlings, treats his survivors more like minions rather than people, and it's very clear Carver is not in the morally right, and some people are mixed on that because I did like Episode 2 kind of had a morally gray side to Carver. Here, you get parts of that, but it's very clear he's an evil bastard and a total monster by the end. So, Episode 3, I actually might put onto Perfect. Yeah, I'll put onto Perfect. It is going lower than the Season 1, of course, but I think this one is definitely where Season 2 peaks. You're in a villain safe zone, and basically understanding the ropes, and this is where humans are the real monsters theme on full display. So, you meet a whole new bunch of group members and a whole bunch of villains. Troy is easily the worst villain. Troy's this evil idiot bully character. They made him weirdly look like Daryl Dixon, which I found very funny. Troy has a crossbow, he has a beard, he has a thick southern accent. Really hate Troy, and glad he died by the end of the game. The only bad thing about his death is we don't get to see it. He gets like his dick shot off by Jane and is eaten by the Horde, but you get to hear it at least. Speaking of which, we meet Jane, who's a very blatant stand-in for Carol. Yeah, it is very clear the show started influencing the games by this point. Carver is just the governor, Troy is an evil Daryl, Jane is a morally gray version of Carol from the TV show. They even made her look like Carol. And you meet Mike, who is very clearly a watered down Tyrese. I thought it was Lee Everett at first. He was going to be the replacement for Lee, but no, he's not. Mike is actually pretty cool and very chill. He's a bit of a douche at first, but he slowly warms up to the gang. And we see how Carver's villain base operates. We also meet Reggie, this nice Indian guy who got his arm amputated. He's been drinking the Kool-Aid clearly and is kissing Carver's ass, claiming that, oh no guys, our community's good. We're a great sanctuary. Carver saved my life. He's a good man. Yeah, that doesn't do him any favors when Carver kills him later. Yeah. I'm still not bitten. Yeah, badass Clementine. I liked Rebecca and Clementine's friendship too. Also had a spin-off involving Michonne from the series. Yeah, that is down here. I might get to that before the New Frontier because it did kind of come first, but we'll wrap up season 2 first. Okay, so this episode, pretty fun, pretty intense. The villains are definitely evil people. I have kind of mixed feelings on how Carver's portrayed here because it is absolutely clear he is crazy and in the wrong. Carver claims he's got to make the hard decisions. He's actually caring about people, but he's got to be the strict parent, and yeah, it is so blatant. This guy is evil. He takes Alvin to his office and we never see Alvin again. Very clear that Carver and Troy are idiot bullies. Troy, has it out for Clementine and really kind of twisted and pathetic. This grown-ass man is, very envious of this little girl. Troy, actually bitch slaps Clementine, and you really wish you get to kill him, but no, you don't. You also meet Tavia from 400 Days. Spoilers, this is where the 400 Days cast is, and with the exception of Bonnie, they're all just stupid cameos. I kind of forgot they even were in this game until seeing them briefly pop up. I kind of wish we got to see more of Wyatt and Russell, but no, we don't. Bonnie undergoes kind of a redemption arc. Bonnie actually believes in Carver at first, but then realizes, yeah, this guy's off his rocker. Carver murders Reggie in cold blood because when you're doing the crops, Clementine has to help Sarah out or Sarah doesn't get her half of the crops done, and rather psychotically blames Reggie and loses his shit. He chucks Reggie off a building. In case you didn't see all the warning flags that Michael Madsen was evil, he throws Reggie off the building for being weak and blames him for having their work stalled. Yeah, not ruined, stalled. Reggie dies, and I honestly don't feel too bad for him because this guy was defending Carver as a good guy, and then shows you how much loyalty that earned him. Carver chucked him off a building, and very clear this guy is nuts. Basically, it's a torture porn for the first half of the episode. Carver pretends he's nice, his minions are complete douches. You're doing basically slave labor work. Meeting these new characters, we do meet Jane, who is important. We meet Mike, and Jane opens up to the group and you form an alliance and form a prison break. You try to break out again. However, this time Carver and his minions are a lot more paranoid and onto them. You try to steal a radio. Carver catches you. Kenny takes the fall for it and gets beaten badly. This is where Kenny loses his eye. Carver is bashing him with the radio and Kenny almost dies. He loses an eye and is now a Cyclops now. He only has one working good eye, and I think this was done to make him kind of look like Rick Grimes in a way. Kenny looks like Rick from the comics, and basically setting up that this is also Kenny's villain arc. Yeah, spoilers, this is the twist. Carver is not the main villain. Kenny becomes the antagonist of the game. Kenny we actually feel for though, so it's a lot more tragic, but yeah, Carver is used as a decoy villain. He is the ultimate endgame boss in this episode, but he dies. During the prison break, you finally pull one over on Carver. You cause the downfall of his stupid Walmart fortress. You set up the radio and it plays loud Christmas music. It attracts the zombies. The gates are not fortified fully and the zombies start tearing them apart. Characters are killed off, and A lot of death scenes happen in this episode. You finally get one over on Carver, and Kenny goes Negan on his ass, and it is a very satisfying death scene. Carver gets kneecapped, Clementine punches him out, and Kenny beats him to death with a friggin' crowbar, Negan style. Carver dies a satisfying death, and yeah, he definitely earned it by this point, because it is clear Carver is irredeemable. But yeah, you get to the big twist. Carver is not the endgame villain of this season. Kenny is. This is the beginning of Kenny's villain arc. Kenny is turning to the dark side, and killing Carver is, I would honestly argue, not the true beginning of it, but it's supposed to be. Yeah, it's the first sign that Kenny has lost his good side. What's her name? Sorry, I'm trying to read the comments again. Catro is Indian. Yeah, she was supposed to be. His new girlfriend says this is not the Kenny she knew and loved. Kenny is very clearly showing his dark side, and Carver dies. Troy gets his satisfying death scene. Jane, shoots his nuts off, and he's fed to the walkers. Very glad he died. Unfortunately, the good guys do not fare any better. You do start losing people. Reggie got killed off. Carlos dies by complete accident. You basically smear zombie guts on you and walk out through the horde that's invading the Walmart. Carver's goons and minions are desperately trying to survive and shooting up on the roof, and Carlos ends up killed off. We do lose him. That is easily the saddest death scene in all this. Sarah freaks out, runs away, and Kenny's girlfriend gets bitten by a zombie, leading to the telltale choice: do you cut off her limb or just let her kill the walker, but she's gonna be infected? Yeah, Kenny's girlfriend essentially dies by the end of this episode. The group is completely splintered and fractured. The zombies tear apart the Walmart, destroy Carver's battalion. You get away in the zombie horde, but yeah, a lot of devastating stuff happens here. You lose characters. Alvin also dies. He performed like a heroic sacrifice. You meet him in Carver's torture chamber. Alvin dies, turning on the radio to attract the walkers, but Carver inflicted a ton of torture and beatings on him, and it was too much for him. Alvin dies. Carlos dies. Nick can potentially die in this episode too. He does get winged. Carlos is gone. He is eaten by the horde in case the bullets didn't finish him. Sarah runs off and disappears, and everyone is completely freaked out, and Kenny's girlfriend is definitely infected and dying by this point, ending episode 3 on a cliffhanger. And I do think it is pretty awesome. A bit mean-spirited and depressing, but considering we're in the villain side of the story, it was kind of to be expected. I think this is where season 2 peaked, because the following two are not as good as this one. And unfortunately, Carver is now gone, replaced by Kenny as the true villain. I only know the games, not the show. Is Michonne, is her Dora Milaje chick? Yeah, Michonne's game is on here. Yeah, well, Carver is no Thanos of making hard decisions. Thanos was not good in the Telltale Guardians of the Galaxy, though. Also, speaking of which, highly recommend the Rule 34 material of Clementine, especially that one 3D animated involving that redneck from Left 4 Dead 2 in the car. I've only played the first and second games, not the third and fourth game, not even 400 Days or Michonne. 400 Days is not too bad. It's clearly filler, but as someone who loved the first season, it's just dumb fun expansion. Episode 3 in Harm's Way, it is easily the peak of season 2. The stakes are high, the storytelling is great, and Kenny's rise and trust issues are definitely present here, and you get to meet a lot of colorful characters, and unfortunately lose some great and colorful characters as well. I think this is easily the best episode in the game, next to A House Divided, so it's going on to S tier. Unfortunately, it's followed up by Amid the Ruins. This one is easily one of the more polarizing ones, and unfortunately the finale will either make or break this season for you. Okay, Amid the Ruins. Basically, you managed to get out of the horde invading the Walmart. Carver is now dead and no longer chasing you. You made it out and you re-meet all the people who survived the prison escape at this Civil War museum. Yeah, really, you're at like this weird Civil War museum through most of it, and basically it's the aftermath of a lot of bad decisions, while new horrible stuff is on the way. This is basically a calm before the storm episode. Amid the ruins, gonna have to put on a Daryl delight. This one, I thought was okay. It is easily a breather episode. It is the filler chapter in this story. Basically the aftermath of the great battle against Carver. You meet all the characters who survived, and tragically, the big thing that happens here is more character deaths and a lot more story points for the finale are dropped here. So unfortunately, more characters die in this. Nick is killed off. Yeah, no matter what choices you make, you find Nick either as a corpse or as a zombie. Nick ended up being shot and killed, and he's a zombie you have to kill to get past in the area, and Nick's death, exactly like Chuck's death, total BS, and kind of made his story feel like a waste. Yeah, that's it. Nick died off screen, and you mercy kill him as a zombie. That's the end of him. Sarah also dies in this episode. There are either two ways she can die. You can either abandon her when you're being chased by zombies in a trailer park, or she gets completely killed when the museum falls apart. They're like on top of a balcony, and Sarah falls to her death and gets eaten by zombies, crying like a sissy. Yeah, no matter what you do, Sarah dies, which made her story arc feel kind of wasted. They like set up so much for Sarah, and that's it. She just dies. Either way, eaten by zombies. It felt very mean-spirited and very abrupt ending for her. Yeah, Sarah gets anticlimactically killed off. But on Kenny's girlfriend is confirmed dead in this. Yeah, Sarita, I believe was her name. Yeah, no matter what you do, Sarita, Kenny's girlfriend, she either dies succumbing to her wounds or becoming a walker, and Kenny is forced to mercy kill her. It is kind of a callback to when Katja and Duck died, and showing that Kenny's turned to the dark side. Even Clementine is not safe from feeling his wrath. Kenny basically blames Clementine for losing his girlfriend, and it is a very out of character and cruel moment. Like, you understand Kenny's emotional and very enraged. He lost more people he loved, and the group is not in a good place at this point, and Kenny mercy kills his girlfriend. You lose quite a number of people in this. You also get to meet Jane, Mike, and Bonnie. They open up a lot more. Bonnie quickly and very abruptly becomes best friends with the group. Yeah, this girl who was a minion to Carver is basically now total friends with everyone, hanging around, joking with Mike and Jane, acting as if she didn't take part in enslaving them. Yeah, Sarah's death is not deserved, just like that girl from the Jurassic World movie. Yeah, the girl who got dropped in the giant sea monster tank. Felt like kind of overtly mean-spirited. It's like, yeah, Sarah was annoying, but not I want her to die annoying. That's kind of the death you give Diva Talks. But yeah, Sarah dies in this chapter. You're basically healing a lot of characters. Rebecca is finally having her baby. The one good thing about this episode, Rebecca gets a lot of great character development. Rebecca is having her baby now, and she is very scared. Alvin is gone. She has no man looking after her right now. She relies on Jane and Clementine to help her. She's very scared. She doesn't know what to do. Jane starts to defrost and become nicer. She looks out for Rebecca. She does ask her some hard questions, and we do see Jane does have a good nature to her deep down. They manage to save Rebecca, save the baby. However, they need all the help they can get, and it's basically recovering your group members, reuniting, forming a new plan. Kenny has to get his sanity together, and they need him to help deliver the baby because Kenny is the only one who's a father in the group now. Yeah, Kenny knows how to deliver the baby and is the only one who knows what to do to help them, and basically you get Kenny to get his groove back. It is a nice breather chapter, at least. You have fun around the Civil War Museum. You collect pieces. Unfortunately, this is also the chapter where we meet Arvo. Yeah, everyone's favorite character. Arvo, the Russian Peter Parker looking character. Arvo is this weird, stereotypical nerdy kid with a heavy Russian accent. He is hiding supplies here, and Jane and Clementine can potentially mug him because they could use the supplies for Rebecca's surgery, and depending on your choices, this will affect Arvo's character development. We do meet Arvo in this, and you can either mug him, but he leaves kind of on bitter terms or paranoid terms with Clementine at best. He gets his supplies either given back or taken from him, and Arvo makes it clear he's not done with the story yet. And Arvo will go down as one of the worst characters of the video game following the next episode, but yeah, you do meet him here. So I do like the battle delivering Rebecca's baby. You take Rebecca up to basically the Civil War guard tower, and of course the zombies are attacking, and you have to fortify your fortress. It is a pretty epic action scene, minus Sarah dying, which felt very needlessly cruel, but yeah, Sarah gets killed in the final battle. The balcony almost breaks apart. You manage to deliver the baby on time and name it Alvin Jr., who will be an important character for later, but still a baby in this one. Yeah, the baby's delivered successfully, all the characters survive, and even with Sarah dying, they treat it as actual a happy ending, which kind of rubbed me the wrong way and why I knocked it down a peg. But yeah, then Clementine basically forms new friendships with everyone. Bonnie, Mike, Jane, Luke, and yeah, Rebecca is finally redeemed in this episode. And then we get to our twist ending. In Soviet Russia, dead walk you. Also, her friendship with Sarah is adorable. That's the one I meant to say, not Rebecca. Yeah, Clementine and Sarah were friends, and you kind of get over Sarah's death. Like, Clementine doesn't even shed any tears that Sarah died, which felt kind of needlessly mean-spirited, but yeah. Then we get to the twist ending. You're walking across the snow with the baby in hand. It's very clear Rebecca has fallen ill by this point, and Rebecca is dying. Yep, one final character death. Rebecca is dying, and she can't go on. And to make matters worse, Arvo shows up with his Russian gangsters. Really, the Russian gangsters. They show up and they plan to rob Clementine's group. He squealed on them like the bitch snitch he is, and he wants to take their supplies. Arvo is briefly reluctant when he finds out they have a baby, but this leads to an intense Mexican standoff. They're all aiming guns, and Rebecca dies, and she turns into a walker and almost eats the baby until you or Kenny mercy kill Rebecca, and the Russians believe you're shooting at them, leading to a Bolivian army ending of everyone shooting up, and it leads into this episode 5, the finale, ending on one of the biggest cliffhangers of this saga, what happened. So I think episode 4 is A material, but definitely not S material. There are some slip-ups. I do not like how Sarah and Nick go out. I think Rebecca's death also felt like the most forced. At this point, you're basically losing all of the Carver group members, and it feels really fast, and you don't really get to attach them before they die, and a lot of needlessly cruel moments here and there. Kenny's villain arc is handled slightly better in this episode, but then episode 5 rolls around, and then it kind of cheapened this one. It's a filler episode, but I will still put it on to A because it definitely had its moments. The fight in the Civil War Museum is awesome. He's about as bad as that innocent kid from Eden Lake. Yeah, that one where it was set on fire by the guy that plays Remerick from Sinners. Okay, now we get to finally the finale of Season 2. No going back. Oh boy, this, if you thought we had divided opinions before, this is what either makes or breaks this season for you. Season 2, I do not think is as good as Season 1. It is not a bad game, but it's very mean-spirited, bleak, and nihilistic, and that is on full display in this finale. No going back is going to be our first good governor. Yeah, I can feel all the comments coming in now. This has that infamous final decision. A lot of stuff goes to hell in this chapter. It is easily the depressing side of The Walking Dead in full overdose. Yeah, Soviet Russia, dead walk you. Okay, so remember that Mexican standoff at the end of episode 4 where the Russian gangsters and Clementine's group are having a big shootout? Well, it turns out that nobody who mattered died. Yeah, apparently one of the Russian girl gangster got shot and she's bleeding out, and none of the main characters got killed by this. You're all fighting, you're in the snow, everybody's taking cover, trying to either shoot or avoid getting shot. It is honestly a decent action scene, but very disappointing for a end to a cliffhanger. It ended on such an intense note, and nobody but Rebecca died. And New Frontier just resets it all anyway, whatever you choose. Yeah, I really hate that. Okay, so you fight the Russians, and spoilers, none of the characters who matter die. All of Arvo's group gets killed. The Russian gangsters all die horribly. Like, you kill the bald guy and the crazy guy, and Arvo's sister Natasha dies, and Arvo, for some reason, blames Clementine for this. Yeah, it is very contrived, but Clementine shoots the sister, you know, the same one that was helping them rob the group, and Arvo acts like you're the evil one. This was the bastard who'd planned to rob a group with a baby, so I do not feel anything for him. They try to spin Arvo as a tragic villain, and it does not work. It really does not work. Kenny and Jane manage to kill all the bandits, and the group is fine, minus Rebecca, who's dead, meaning that they have to take care of the baby now. You take Arvo prisoner, and Kenny, clearly gone to the dark side, is now abusing him, beating him, and threatening him, and it's supposed to show you that Kenny's turned into a bad guy, but considering all the crap Arvo's just pulled right now, it's like you're kind of on Kenny's side completely. Yeah, basically this is the episode where they do the moral dilemma. Like, are you really the bad guy or the good guy? It's like, no, we're just people trying to survive. Arvo is clearly in the wrong. You take Arvo as a prisoner of war. Arvo reveals their safe zone, and they plan to basically take his supplies and force him to take them there. The group bonds. We're now completely dwindled down to only a handful of survivors. It's now Clementine, Kenny, the baby, Bonnie, Mike, Jane, and Luke. Luke is now the last of the Carver group who's left. Yeah, Luke is now with them, and you do have this nice scene where they're by the bonfire. I do like this moment where all the group members hang out and try to bond with each other, build their trust. You convince Kenny and Jane, who are total lone wolves, to accept the group. Spoilers, this means nothing come the New Frontier, so yeah, kind of cheapened a bit. But you get everyone bonding. The only one not friendly is Arvo, but I don't care for him. He sucks. And basically we get to the turning point. This is where basically the group falls apart. Halfway in the episode, Arvo leads you to a cabin in the woods, and it's, of course, across a lake with thin ice. You have to walk over this thin ice lake where you could literally die with one wrong step, and it is pretty intense. It is a cool boss fight, but naturally, the zombies show up, a horde follows you, now adding a time limit where you have to walk across the ice, and we lose Luke, and Luke's death is easily my least favorite because of how really cruel and out of nowhere it is. Luke gets killed, he falls under the ice and drowns, and Bonnie can potentially die, and not gonna lie, I choose to let Bonnie die because I hate her so much. If you save Bonnie, she turns into a complete bitch. She blames Clementine for Luke's death, as if this little girl was supposed to save a grown-ass man by lifting him out of the cold ice water. But yeah, if you save Bonnie, she's a total backstabbing hoe. I let her drown because I hate her, and she's done nothing to earn my respect. Yeah, Luke dies no matter what. Bonnie potentially dies and if she doesn't, she turns evil. The group completely falls apart. Kenny's in full villain mode, blaming Arvo for this because, yeah, it pretty much is his fault. Arvo tried to run away on them and broke the thin ice, so Arvo gets beaten down, and it turns out, oh, he wasn't lying. He wasn't a bad guy. They do have supplies, and Kenny feels remorse, but I don't. Arvo sucks. They manage to turn the cabin into a makeshift base, and it's very clear that Kenny's friends are now afraid of him. Mike wants out. Mike does not trust Kenny anymore. Bonnie does not trust Kenny or Clementine. Arvo definitely sees Kenny as the bad guy. He mouths off to him. He thinks Kenny's the real villain here. Again, your group wanted to mug a family with a baby, so screw you, Arvo. And Clementine is now a lot more fearful of Kenny. It becomes clear Kenny is not the guardian Lee Everett was. Lee Everett was a much better man in every way. We're all bad guys and bad girls to an extent. It's the actions that defy whether we are heroes or villains. Oh, well, Christopher, we're getting to the best part where Arvo is definitely the bad guy. It turns out the group is fractured and wants to run away, and Arvo shoots Clementine. Yeah, pretty much what solidified Arvo as the worst character in these games. Arvo convinces Mike and Bonnie to go AWOL and ditch the group, run away from Kenny and his psychotic leadership, and Arvo pretty much caps Clementine, and he completely gets away scot-free with it. That is why Arvo is one of the most hated characters ever. Arvo snipes a little girl. Even if you try to do the peaceful actions, try and make amends with Mike. Mike is actually horrified to see Clementine shot, so I feel for him, but Arvo and Bonnie definitely bad guys by this point. Mike, Arvo, and Bonnie completely get away. They run away off into the unknown. Kenny and Jane take Clementine, they patch her up, and basically turn into divorced parents by this point. It is kind of jarring, but this is what the game's been building up to. It's now just the three of you. You're driving in the cold snow with Clementine and the baby. They're trying to take care of the kids, and Jane is not holding back, no filter, telling Kenny he's an incompetent leader. Kenny has completely lost his mind by this point, and it's very clear that he's not a stable person, and this is what the game's been building up to. Choosing Kenny or Jane. Do you choose Jane or Kenny? They eventually get into a hardcore fight. They're killing and slashing each other. Kenny finally explodes. Jane does a very underhanded action to show that Kenny is crazy, and you have to decide who lives or dies. Do you let Kenny kill Jane, or do you let Jane kill Kenny? Do you kill one of them? Yeah, basically this is what it's building up to, the choice of Kenny or Jane, and I always choose Kenny because, one, we know Kenny a lot more, and two, Jane is clearly also unstable. Jane is a lot more rational than Kenny at this point, but she actually takes Alvin Jr. and pretends the baby died to force Kenny to have a meltdown so she can show Clementine that Kenny's the evil one. And yeah, that is all kinds of immoral. It's why I kind of choose Kenny over her. Which you prefer, Jane or Kenny, Cat? I do prefer Kenny. Reboot Walking Dead based on these games, or maybe a sequel post Season 4. I heard they are trying to get Javier a sequel, but we'll get to that soon. You see The Last of Us Season 1 and especially 2, this is how you do a zombie apocalypse. Oh, The Last of Us Season 2 sucked. Hell, just play the 2 games. Yeah, I hate the series The Last of Us. Hell, make Spores from The Haunting Hour good. Okay, so I understand what they're trying to go for. It is a morally gray world. Kenny has fair points, but is also wrong at times. Jane makes valid points, but is also wrong at times. Jane is also kind of underhanded. She's just better at hiding her evil side and better at being more stable than Kenny. And I choose Kenny because in the end, Kenny undergoes a redemption. Killing Jane actually brings his sanity back. Kenny finds out the baby is alive. Alvin Jr. was hidden away in a car, and Jane did all of this just to prove a point, which is why I never choose her anymore. And Kenny realizes that he's gone full-blown nuts after murdering Jane and apologizes for being an ass. And this leads to how you choose the ending and what a lot of people like about Season 2, the multiple endings. Kenny wanted to take you to a safe zone called Wellington. Jane wanted to strike out on her own, but grows attached to Clementine and wants to raise the kids as her family. And depending on what ending you get, it doesn't matter. The New Frontier will ruin it. The ending I always choose is I choose to travel with Kenny to Wellington, but I let go of Kenny. We make it to Wellington. It turns out the safe zone has reached its high populace. They can't allow any more in, but Kenny delivers this soul-stirring speech about how the kids need someone to protect them, that the kids deserve a chance to live. It touches the guard girl's heart. She allows Clementine and Alvin Jr., but can't let Kenny in. No more adults. And you can either stick with Kenny or say goodbye to him. Because I know Telltale way too well by this point, I always choose the ending where Clementine says goodbye to Kenny. It is a sad, tear-jerking ending, but very heartwarming and very bittersweet, and I really like it. Kenny apologizes for being an ass, realizes that he's not the same man Lee Everett was, that he can't protect her like he did, and Kenny and Clementine part on good terms. Kenny walks off into an unknown future and says goodbye to Clementine, leaving her his hat to kind of replace the one she lost, but don't worry, she still has it come next season. And the kids say goodbye to Kenny forever, and I think that is easily the best ending in these games. Kenny walks off into the distance and unknown, and Clementine stays in the safe zone. Don't worry, doesn't matter. Clementine's gonna end up alone anyway, so next season. If you choose the Jane ending, Jane and Clementine go back to the Walmart and basically rebuild Carver's stronghold, but for themselves. And you meet this family who is exactly like Kenny's family, leading to a here we go again type of ordeal. And you can either let this family in, spoilers, they're evil and they rob you, or you could kick them out and they vow revenge, and ending up on a kind of a vague twist that this dad is gonna end up like Kenny one day. And that's the end of Season 2. Not as strong a finale as Season 1's No Time Left, but honestly, I can't say it's really god-awful, but it is not a satisfying conclusion. I still think it has its good moments. Kenny's character arc is definitely the strong suit, and I do like the tearful goodbye to Kenny, which is why I put it on Good Governor. Because you know the bastards are going to kill Kenny, I had to. Oh my god, they killed Kenny! You bastards! Which kind of symbolism for Kenny with that dog? Gee, I wonder if that's the gamer's way of telling you to put down the old dog that is Kenny. Yeah, that dog that attacked Clementine. I don't spare that dog. That dog was evil. Also, too bad the series of The Walking Dead didn't involve Clementine or Kenny to an extent as guest stars. Yeah, I was kind of looking forward to seeing Clementine appear on the TV show. A lot of people ship Clementine with Carl Grimes, and yeah, I can totally see it. They're both the badass kid character, and they were the same age when the show started. But yeah, the finale, it's good, but not great. And unfortunately, the New Frontier kind of ruined a lot of the scenes moving forward, so it made this finale even worse in retrospect. But I do like the final farewell to Kenny and actually saying goodbye to them. It is a lot more satisfying leaving Kenny and Jane in the dust, rather than sticking by them, because I knew Telltale would kill them off, because they did the exact same thing with Omid and Krista in this season. Season 2 ends on kind of a fine note, but not at all what I would say a high point for this franchise. Season 1's finale is still perfect. This one, kind of a step down, and I always choose Kenny because Kenny's a lot more likable, whereas Jane is much more underhanded, cold, and manipulative. So I did not feel for Carol 2 point below. This one, I'll put on Good Governor. It's not the worst episode, but it's also not what I would call a masterpiece. And unfortunately, it was a sign of bad things to come. Alright, I'm gonna take my first restroom break, but you guys let me know. Do you want to see the New Frontier next, or the Michonne arc? Cast your vote down low. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back, and we're walkers. I saw a YouTube video. I can confirm that Kenny dies if you stay with him. Yeah, I figured. Let's get the Michonne arc out of the way. I guess the Telltale games aren't canon, just like the Star Wars Clone Wars 2003 isn't for Star Wars. I count that as canon. But then again, they introduced Michonne into the DLC, but whatever is what it is. Alright, want to get the... let's rip the band-aid off. The Michonne arc. So, the Michonne story was supposed to be bonus episodes for Season 2, but Telltale decided to take the greedy option and make it its own standalone game. And it is the shortest game in the series. The Michonne episodes are under an hour long. You can literally play this game in one playthrough. It's like 3 hours in total each episode. And this one will get out of the way fast. They all suck. Yeah, we'll talk about it, but all of them going on to Lucille fodder, especially the finale. Alright, let's finally talk about it. The Walking Dead Michonne. I was so looking forward to this game, and then completely disappointed when I played it. The Michonne game is basically everything wrong with The Walking Dead. This is where the franchise was stuck in a rut. It was the same rehash of old ideas, evil humans, depressing angst, these weird, trippy Silent Hill visuals to pretend the game's deep, and it's all the same crap. Michonne's fighting an evil group of villains run by a female governor who want to kill her and her group because they believe they're the bad guys and they're the good guys, but really they're the psychopaths because one conversation with Randall kind of proves he's an evil sadist. Yeah, this was supposed to be what Michonne was doing in between that time the Savior War ended and before the Whispers story arc. And spoilers, it's nothing. It is really nothing. Michonne is with Pete from Oceanside, and they're traveling around on a boat. This actually gave me kind of hope that this was going to be good. But Pete and his crew of sailors are traveling with Michonne. We also meet Sadiq in this game. Don't worry, he's not an evil Whisperer spy like he was on the show, but Pete, Sadiq, and a bunch of expendable idiots who you know are gonna die, are traveling around on the ocean. Michonne is taking a break after that quote-unquote fallout with Rick's group. It's the Saviors War. They're like hinting that the Saviors and the Whisperers exist, but don't worry, they don't appear at all in this game. Michonne is trying to find herself and make peace with a trauma that happened in her past. And it is so painfully obvious what the twist is. Michonne lost her daughters. We see flashbacks to when Michonne was a lawyer. She lived with her 2 daughters. She was supposed to visit them, but then the apocalypse went down, and it is painfully obvious what happened. Yeah, no duh. The daughters are dead. She lost her family. Michonne is a lone wolf in the zombie apocalypse, and they do kind of... Yeah, sorry, I had to move my chair. They do kind of confirm that actually, no, one of the daughters is alive. She's with the Commonwealth, but did anybody care? It's like, didn't anybody really care? Michonne has dead family members, and we see what they were like in life, and Michonne has these trippy Silent Hill flashbacks. These are admittedly cool, but they feel like a desperate attempt to spice up the game. The main story actually happening in the zombie world is nothing interesting or unique. Michonne meets this group of bandits. We meet another infamous character, Sam. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people in the comments have a lot to say about this girl. Sam, this spunky go-getter girl. She's supposed to be this rebellious, badass girl, and she comes across as very annoying, self-righteous, and stupid. But yeah, Sam becomes your friend. She and her brother are robbing this group of quote-unquote evildoers. It turns out, no, Sam is actually a thief, and we meet the villains, Norma and Randall, who are generic stock villains even by Walking Dead standards. Norma's an evil girl governor, and Randall's this evil psychopath that likes hurting and killing people. Every time he talks, it's some douchey comment, just to show you that these guys are clearly evil and worse than Sam's group. They run this actually pretty cool boat village. They think Michonne and Sam are partners and take you in for questioning, and for some stupid ass reason, Sam and her brother pretend that Michonne's a part of their group to basically pressure you into helping them, and Norma is questioning Michonne and reveals that she's captured Pete and his boat crew, and is planning on executing them all, and it forces you to work with Sam and trust her to escape them, and leads to a very formulaic, generic Walking Dead story. It's you working with characters who don't like you, then you learn to trust each other, combating the quote-unquote evil gang, who are all a bunch of one-note bad guys trying to kill you, except for Zachary, but he's also one note. He's the tragic villain in the group of evil bastards, and the characters are just not very interesting in this. Even Michonne could not save it. That's literally one live stream for everyone I've seen play these games. Yeah, you could beat it in one sitting. I mean, it's nice fan service, and I don't just mean the Rule 34 kind with Michonne, but the game's so short, like Chased by Dinosaurs for the Walking Dead with... Chased by Dinosaurs for the Walking with the saga, if you will. Also, what do you think of doing a tier list of The Walking Dead with the saga as a whole for the channel? I might do it. I might have to do it in seasons, though. Since the 2025 version of the WWD came out as well. The World of The Walking Dead. Haven't played that yet. I'm sorry, I'm just all zombied out because The Walking Dead finale left me really burned. Okay, so honestly, you could beat this entire game in one sitting, and all the episodes suck. The walkers are a complete joke in this. I know Michonne's a badass, but you can literally just press a button and that kills the zombies instantly. Michonne is a lot more OP than Lee and Clementine, so there is less of a struggle. The zombies might as well not be a threat by this point because Michonne treats them more like minor annoyances rather than actual threats. Norma and Randall are completely one-note villains. Randall's an evil douchebag who acts like he's this deep philosophical villain, questioning Michonne, what do you really want? You say you're good, but you do more bad than me, and it falls very flat because this guy wanted to torture basically two teenagers, so yeah. Norma tries to rationalize that she's a reasonable villain, and yeah, it just leads to an all-out war by the finale, showing that's a bunch of bull. You do not get attached to anyone in this. John Redcorn is Sam's dad. Jonathan Joss is in this, and quite scarily, he also gets killed being shot in this video game. So I guess The Walking Dead Michonne predicted the future. And there are so many idiot decisions in this game. The plot relies on a lot of characters being absolutely stupid. Like, Norma's group is trying to attack Michonne, and they're actually willing to make peace for friggin' Randall, and her group members are talking about revenge all nonchalantly about killing Michonne, so really ruining the deal here. Randall is a complete idiot who pisses off Michonne at every turn, even when he's held hostage in episode 2. Sam is an idiot. She got spared by these villains and decides to rob them again, causing all the turmoil that happens in this game. The characters do not shoot when they really should. Zombies are a lot more pitiful in this version. Like, you do not feel threatened by them, and Jonathan Joss's character's death scene is easily the stupidest. He's like talking with Michonne and they're getting rid of zombies, and you have this long conversation out in the friggin' open, knowing people are going to hunt you down, and he has the gate wide open, and big shock, he's shot dead in the head. Yeah, John Redcorn dies. He's played up like he'd be a big character because he's Sam's cool macho dad, and yeah, he dies like in the first cutscene we talked to him. He gets killed off, Randall invades. One thing I will say is, I do like the music in this. Gun in My Hand is an awesome song. The soundtrack is easily the best part of the Michonne games. R.I.P. Yeah, Jonathan Joss died. Norma deserves her death, just like that chick from RE3, the movie by the Cerberus dogs. Yeah. Norma definitely deserved her death. They try to play her up like she could have been redeemed. She and Michonne actually could have made peace, and you're granted the option to mercy kill her, but spoilers, I don't, because she's also at fault for all of this. She invaded this entire family's mansion and wanted revenge against Michonne for the death of Randall. Randall of all characters. So yeah, I leave her to get eaten by the zombies, and big shock, this leads to a big-ass fight scene. You're fighting bandits, you're fighting zombies, and Sam's mansion basically burns down to the ground from the fight. You kill all of the Oceanside residents. Zachary has his quote-unquote redemption moment. You, met this guy one time, and he turns good and betrays Norma. He sacrifices himself, saving you, and Norma dies, but the house is set on fire, and it leads to the Telltale choice of, does Michonne choose to stay with her ghost kids or escape the burning building? So Michonne underwent kind of a suicidal story arc. Is she going to kill herself and keep living in the past, or is she going to let go and move on? And it is the most easy choice you can make. It's oh boy, am I going to choose to be with these ghost girls? Or, exit the burning building that even Michonne knows is going ablaze. It's like a no-brainer. If you choose the kids, then Sam dies saving you. So I always choose just to escape, and yeah, that is pretty much the easy choice. And how does it end? With really nothing resolved. You manage to save Sam and her family, her little brothers, and her implied lesbian girlfriend, Paige. I'm not sure if she is a lesbian. They imply it, and Telltale tweeted about it, but we never see them hold hands or kiss or anything. But yeah, you save Paige, the kids. Sam can potentially die in the finale. I know some people might choose to let her die just because she's awful too, but no, I save her, and you can bring them back to Alexandria and Oceanside, and it ends with Michonne not getting closure over losing her daughters. And that is the end of the Michonne story arc. Yeah, this is Lucille fodder. Easily the worst title in this series. It is a letdown, it goes nowhere, and basically, it is a sign that The Walking Dead was completely stuck in a rut because Telltale barely tried with this game. It was just another one. That's really it. It's just another one. The best thing I have to say about it is the soundtrack. I love Gun in My Hand. I actually did buy the song after this video game, but that's where the positives end. It rips off Silent Hill. It has a lot of pointless, stupid moments, a lot of character deaths that really could have been avoided, and Michonne gets no closure. She's still a lone wolf by the end of the season, and is now just going back to Rick Grimes. Yeah, thanks, Telltale. We really needed that story. I hear the name Randall, and I just think of the kid from Recess. Obviously, we already know she's alive like Obi-Wan from the Obi-Wan series. Yeah, not to mention no tension. Michonne's still alive in both the comics and shows, so it packs no tension here either. The Michonne arc sucks. It is Lucille fodder. I would say only play it for the song or if you're a Walking Dead completionist. Easy achievements, by the way. You just gotta beat the episode. So yeah, if you want more achievements, there you go. But it is total Lucille fodder. That one is god-awful. But now we're finally at the other god-awful title, The New Frontier. Alright, The Ties That Bind, Part 1 and 2. So, Part 1 I will put onto Governor Good. We meet our new character, Javier. Yep, this is a 2 main character game, technically 1. Clementine is demoted to a sidekick again, because now Javier Garcia is our new protagonist. Who's Javier? Well, Javier is a former pro baseball player who got kicked out of the league because of illegal gambling stuff. And Javier, of course, has family drama. The season's theme is family. Who's really your loving family and relatives, and who's really evil, not worth saving, and too far gone? And we have the New Frontier, so I've said this before, I was really hoping this game would be like, you know, the Borderlands or Game of Thrones, where you play as 2 main characters who get equal amount of screen time, but you have Javier and Clementine who are both the protagonists, but spoilers, Clementine barely does jack. Clementine has less gameplay in this title. Javier is more or less the real protagonist. Javier absorbs so much spotlight, and Clementine is playable in flashbacks. And that is about it. Clementine is playable in flashbacks until the finale, and basically it's where Clementine's been, and they basically retcon that Kenny and Jane died. Yeah, no matter what you choose, whatever ending you got, it is completely overruled. So Clementine and Alvin Jr., now nicknamed AJ, end up alone. Wellington, the safe zone, gets destroyed. Kenny dies, Jane dies, Clementine basically still ends up alone, and Clementine joins the New Frontier, but it turns out the New Frontier are our quote-unquote twist villains. Not the strongest season, but gave us badass Clementine. Yeah, that is a high point. At least Clementine's role isn't as bad as the T-800 from Dark Fate as a side character. Yeah, at least they didn't wait until the halfway point to bring her back. So it does take a while for Clementine to return. The episodes are a lot shorter again. Exactly like Michonne, they barely peak at an hour, so once again, this is a game series you can beat in one sitting. All the games are like an hour, a little bit like an hour to 20 minutes, but not very long. They are much shorter than Season 1 and 2. Telltale clearly took shortcuts with this one, and it is painfully obvious they did not care as much as they did for the first 2 seasons for this one. Alright, so I do not think Javier is that bad a character, but you know who is? The Garcia family. Javier's family is a real mixed bag. We have Javier, the girlfriend Kate, David's wife Kate. We have what was his name? Gabe. Oh, Gabe, this whiny emo teen Justin Bieber lookalike Gabe. And Mariana, who actually was likable, but spoilers, she dies. Mariana dies at the end of episode 1. She's the sassy teenage girl, but she's a lot more likable than Gabe because Mariana tries to be cheerful and friendly. And we meet the worst character tied next to Arvo, David Garcia. David Garcia, Javier's brother, is the worst. I hated this guy. I really hate this guy. David is basically the strict, no-nonsense, dead serious older brother. He is more or less an idiot bully. He treats Javier like the black sheep of the fam, treats Javier like he's immature, he's irresponsible, but as the game goes on, you start to realize David was never a good brother. David is not a good family member. David is supposed to be kind of the Shane to Javier's Rick Grimes. They're two brothers who used to have each other's back, really liked each other, and then their broship fell apart, and depending on the choices you make, you can either rebuild your family relationship with David, or let him go and realize that he is the bad guy, that he is a total hypocritical douchebag, and I really hate David, so you can tell what my choices were. Alright, just checking on comments, yeah. Clementine comes back, and basically she gets kind of a B-plot. Alvin Jr. was taken away from her by the New Frontier. The New Frontier are the new mysterious group in this series, and in a painfully obvious twist are the actual bad guys. Yeah, we get a full-on rehash of every Walking Dead story ever. This mysterious group claim to be good guys. They're recruiting people in their safe zone. They pretend they care. They pretend that they're helping people. They have a healthy, orderly colony, but it turns out they're run by an evil psycho bitch named Joan, who is a complete monster moonlighting as this evil supervillain doing bad things behind the scenes. Yeah, it is not at all shocking. It is a lot more predictable, but what made it playable is Javier's interactions with the characters. I do like some of the characters in this one, which is why it's much better than Michonne. Javier is involved in a love triangle with his brother's girlfriend, Kate. So, when the zombie apocalypse started, David went missing. David took their mother to the hospital. She was bitten by a zombie. They did not know what was happening at this point, so David tried to save their mom and their dad. Dad passed away, but then turned into a walker and bit mom. He tried to help save their grandmother, and unfortunately, David and Javier never saw each other again, and Javier more or less took over taking care of David's family. David full-blown ditched his wife and kids, and as we play more and more, you find out David is not as noble a guy as Big Brother pretended he was. Clementine doesn't come back, I swear, until like near the end of this episode. Clementine is introduced in the beginning. We have a flashback with her, and then we meet her again. Clementine tries to rob Javier. Javier got attacked by the New Frontier. They came for his family. They barely escaped. Javi got captured. He's being taken away by this Eugene Porter lookalike. I swear, this guy looked like he was supposed to be Eugene from the comics. He's like getting taken away to the New Frontier for questioning, but Clementine busts him out and low-key tries to rob Javier, demanding he take her to where his safe zone is and his supplies. Then you get abducted by this other safe zone run by Trip and Eleanor, another terrible character. And what was his name? Like the old bartender guy. You meet a whole new slew of characters. Javier is befriending this colony. There's like at this airstrip, and you meet colorful characters, realize there is a safe zone out there, and Javier basically begs Trip to help him and his family. and it leads to kind of the pointless B plot, Clementine and Javier forming a friendship, and I have a huge problem with this because they become enemies to friends in a short amount of time. It is like a quick blink. Yeah, Clementine goes from treating Javier like garbage, taking him hostage, and then if you defend Clementine, you're suddenly cool. You're now best friends. Clem and Javier, that was totally cool, Javi. I have your back. They become instant besties in episode 1, and it is very painfully rushed. Speaking of which, we'll get to episode 2 very soon, because it is a short episode, but yeah, you gain Tripp's trust, and find out these guys are not the New Frontier. They're at war with the New Frontier, and we realize that these were the people who attacked Javi's family. Javi proves his innocence, gains both Clementine and Tripp's trust. They go out and save Javier's family, who miraculously survived without him. Yeah, I call bullcrap considering how useless they were, but yeah, they survived. They were in a junkyard, they fended off the walkers, and then it ends on the twist ending where they were being watched by the New Frontier, and Mariana gets sniped and she dies, and as Gaming Sin said, they killed the wrong kid. Yeah, the little girl dies for complete shock value, leading to a shootout and into episode 2. The ties that bind, this one I also might put onto Governor Good, but I liked it a lot more than episode 1. Also, what you think of the Telltale Jurassic Park, the game. I actually did think it was alright. It had its fun moments. The one thing I hate about it are the quick time events were not as polished. Yeah, the Jurassic Park Telltale game, actually pretty fun. Was very inventive and very creative, but the quick time events and gameplay did need some polishing. Highly recommend it. Even has Asajj Ventress as Nima. Yeah, Nika Futterman. And Soft Cannon, it was a good game for 2011. It was a nice intro to the Troodon. Yeah, the Troodon were creepy dinosaurs. Yeah, this part 1 and 2 could have easily just been a 1 episode. Yeah, fully agree. Like, it literally leads into part 2, and they just broke it up to have more episodes. The episodes are much shorter, so don't worry, we might get through this fast. Okay, so part 2, you basically save the family, you fight the New Frontier, and the New Frontier are pretty much solidified as the true villains. They're trying to kill Javier for escaping them, and tracking him down, they're at war with Tripp's Air Force Base. You manage to bring the family back, you get Kate medical treatment. Gabe is now an angsty emo teen who wants revenge, and it's sort of Gabe's maturing into manhood story arc, and it is not handled well at all. I'm just gonna say it now. Gabe sucks as a character. He doesn't suck as much as David, but he is very much annoying, unwanted, and cries so often. It's like, he is the anti-Clementine. He's everything wrong with kids' sidekick characters. He's impulsive, he's stupid, he makes huge mistakes, and basically everything people were afraid Clementine was gonna be back in season 1. Annoying kid sidekick who does nothing useful. So, I did grow to like Kate, mostly because obviously she's the love interest. Kate is clearly into Javier. She loves Javier and believes David to be dead, so she's moving on and wants Javier to be her man because Javier's been there for her and the family more than her actual husband. These are obvious clues that David is not at all a good guy. And the New Frontier managed to track you down to the Air Force Base, and they successfully invade it, showing what a terrible leader Tripp is. They kill this, knockoff Michonne girl who rode on her horseback, and the New Frontier attack. They swarm the base and basically loot, rob, and murder everyone. You manage to save your family and save your main characters who become a part of Javier's group. You manage to get Tripp out of there. You save the bartender guy. You unfortunately save Eleanor. Ugh, a lot to say on her in the series later. Clementine joins up with you, and the worst part of this season, Clementine and Gabe's romance begins. Yes, out of all the characters who get a romance story, Clementine and Gabe are a romance story, and Gabe is so not worthy to be Clementine's boyfriend. I did not like this aspect of the story, and it felt like a desperate attempt to make you like Gabe. Yeah, the New Frontier wanted to touch upon romance. Telltale was adding a lot more love interests in their games. They did it in Game of Thrones, they did it in the Batman Telltale series, and of course they wanted to try it in The Walking Dead. Javier and Kate, actually kind of cute, but Kate has her questionable moments, but I like her a lot more. Javier can flirt with women, and Clementine gets Gabe as her romance option, and not a fan at all. You basically work with them. You find out about the New Frontier through Clementine, because Clementine used to be one of them. They were the group Clementine ran with, and they have Alvin Jr. It's why she's been working with Javier and why she's stuck around. She wants to save AJ. The baby is basically being held hostage by the New Frontier, and it leads to trust issues, fighting characters, and we do meet a lot of interesting characters, but not as good as Season 1 or 2. Like Pearl Harbor, only not as stupid. Which do you prefer as the love interest for Clementine in this season? I do prefer Lewis and Violet. They are much better love interests. Gabe is the worst. Lewis or Violet doesn't matter. Both are better than Gabe. Yeah, fully agree. I agree, Kat. Gabe didn't deserve Clem. Felt forced about as forced as Norval with Velma on the HBO series. Yeah, it was bad. Gabe and Clementine's romance, easily the worst part of this story. You cannot find anyone who defends this ship, because Gabe is kind of a loser. He's pathetic. He's a wannabe. And for some reason, it's never explained why Clem's attracted to him. I can only assume she finds him like a handsome or something, but they have nothing in common. So, part 2, easily the best part of this season is this character. As you're traveling along and trying to find a new safe zone, we are introduced to the best character in this season, Jesus. Yes, they brought Jesus, not the actual Jesus Christ, it's his nickname. It's Paul Monroe. They meet Paul Jesus Monroe from the Walking Dead comic and show, and I was super thrilled to see this guy. They meet Jesus from the Walking Dead comic, and he's voiced by friggin' Garrus Vakarian. Yeah, for reals, Garrus Vakarian voices Jesus in this game, and he is easily the best part of this. Jesus is a kick-ass martial arts lone wolf survivor, and he is a very friendly, nice guy, is what I like about him. Jesus is like this nice parkour ninja guy, and they got Garrus to voice him, and Garrus is really awesome. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people were disappointed they didn't get the TV show actor, but Garrus does a pretty good job. Jesus is easily the best of the new characters. I really liked him. I thought Tripp was alright as a character. Eleanor I felt meh towards until the very end, and I really liked him. Clementine, Jesus, and Javier were a really badass team. That is what made this kind of win a few points in the game's favor, but yeah, Jesus helps you and basically reveals that he's after the New Frontier. The New Frontier has been invading other areas and is gearing up for war with Alexandria and the Hilltop Alliance. And yeah, it is super fun. Don't worry. Telltale gave Jesus the justice he deserved. He is badass. He is parkouring. He's kicking Walker butt with his martial arts and is a total epic survivor. He is just as cool as he is in the show and comics. And don't worry, he doesn't get anticlimactically Halo assassinated by a whisperer. But yeah, Jesus is cool. He helps you and basically trying to find the New Frontier. They're trying to find the New Frontier's base of operations, and you eventually get there. You do have to betray Clementine at one point. Clementine wants to sneak in, but Javier's group is going to try the front door. You make it there, and you get to the twist ending. The New Frontier is being led by David. Yeah, David Garcia is one of the generals in the New Frontier, and that is the ending we leave off of episode 2. Again, part 1 and 2 really should have been one episode, but I thought it did a pretty good job setting the stage. But then we get to what came after, and yeah, gonna have a lot to say now. Nice cameo for Jesus in this game. Here's the thing, Christopher. It is not a cameo. He is a full-blown supporting character. Jesus does not appear in one episode. He is in all the way up to the finale in this game. Jesus joins you as a sidekick in this series. Dun dun dun. Raspberry, yeah. David is the leader of the New Frontier, which leads us to episode 3, Above the Law. Law! Yeah, this one, average Carl. This is where the problems started to seep through. So, you re-meet David, and he acts like he's always had this nice broship with Javier, and unfortunately, we learn more about David, and you start to realize he is not the man we thought he was. We find out David's actually this complete hypocrite. He's a baby. He's a man-child. He is completely projecting a lot of his issues onto Javier. So David acts like the New Frontier have done no evil, and there is a twist behind this, so yeah, to be fair, you do feel for him at first, but it's very clear in the flashbacks that David had a huge chip on his shoulder. Like, we get moments that show you what David was like before the apocalypse, and it wasn't pretty. He was not nice to Javier. He kind of envied him, and he was a bit of a borderline abuser. Like, Kate broke his mug he got from the military. David is a army man. He was on the army, and he had a mug as like a Medal of Honor or something, and Kate accidentally broke it and cut herself, and he's more pissed off because his CO gave him that mug as a reward, and more worried about that than his wife cutting her hand, and it's revealed that their marriage was on the rocks. Kate has grown completely distant from David and was kind of into Javier before the apocalypse started. I do like Kate, but it's very clear she was also too afraid to break up with David. It comes across as kind of borderline abusive relationship, but the game keeps it vague because they want you to feel sorry for David later, which did not work for me. But meanwhile, in the main timeline, David is acting like he and Javier are super tight. Like, nothing bad happened between them. They're total bros. He tells you where he's been. Apparently, after taking their mom to the hospital was apparently attacked and raided by the military. It's a reference to the TV show. He lost their mom, and instead of going back to save his family, David went back to the military base and recruited his buddies, where they formed the New Frontier. And all these years, he never went back home to see if his family was still there. Yeah, this guy is a dick. David is a god-awful character, and to make matters worse, Telltale does not make it clear how we're supposed to feel about him. It's like they try to give him this tragic villain kind of background, that David is a flawed man who wanted to do the best he can, but ended up breaking and cracking under the pressure. However, it's very clear that he brings a lot of the problems onto himself, and honestly, kind of drops hints that he's also an irredeemable monster. They show you more of David's negative side than his good side, which is why a lot of fans do not like him. They want you to feel for him, but it does not work. He's like way too mean-spirited, self-righteous, and a complete hypocrite. He tells Javier he's a bad man for not prioritizing his family. Willis ditching his family to save himself. It's like he went to save his army buddies before saving his wife and kids. It's like, that is bad in my eyes. Marty McFly agrees he's an asshole. Yeah, that's the line. Yeah, David isn't awful. Yeah, I went through this with a lady friend in real life. Well, minus the zombies, lol. So I feel the pain. Yeah, and Kate also kind of sends mixed messages. It's like Kate cannot decide if she wants to be with Javier or her husband, and unfortunately Kate kind of makes things worse because, well, she's lying to David and not breaking off what's obviously a toxic relationship she's unhappy with, but also making moves on Javier even after realizing David's alive. And I can understand some people not liking Kate. I kind of take her because she's the lesser of the evil family members. But yeah, kind of leads into a squabble over who's the better man raising the family, David or Javier, because it's very clear this is Javier's redemption arc, and David revealing that he's fallen from grace. David is with the New Frontier. The New Frontier, of course, seem nice and peaceful and orderly. Yeah, big shock, they're the bad guys. And the twist is David is not the lead villain. It's actually this evil old woman named Joan, who's basically a girl governor. Yeah, we have another evil safe zone run by a crazy person. Joan is actually a pirate moonlighting at dark, telling her goons to rob and murder places to steal their supplies for the New Frontier, and a twist you can see coming a mile away. Yeah, they're really the bad guys. They're an evil Woodbury society. That's the New Frontier. Yawn, snore, we've seen it before, and basically it's all about uncovering the mystery. They more or less kick Javier and the group out. However, you find in one of their warehouses, yeah, the New Frontier were evil, and I will say, one of the best moments of this game is you kill the douchebag guy who shot Mariana Badger, and it is a total reference to Negan using Lucille. You get to bludgeon this evil thug with a baseball bat, and it is exactly like a scene from Negan and Glenn's moment. Yeah, you bludgeon him with a baseball bat, and you could keep hammering him until his head is nothing but mush, and I actually really like this scene. It is very satisfying. You give the bastard what he deserves, and you avenge the little girl he killed. And yeah, it's supposed to be, did Javi turn to the dark side? It's like, no, this guy was pretty irredeemably evil. Yeah, you murder Badger, and basically the New Frontier kind of frames this as Javier is a bad guy, and they're actually the good guys, and they fool the New Frontier people into believing that you're the real bandits or something, and like, it obviously falls apart in the finale, but yeah. And unfortunately, episode 3 starts David's quote-unquote moral dilemma. Is he gonna be a bad guy or a good guy? Jesus says he needs to warn others about the New Frontier, and he goes off, never to be seen again until the finale. There is the bartender guy. It is kind of fun. You can let him die or save him at any time. He's like the one character whose death you can actually intervene in. Clementine turns good and reveals her backstory. She was a member of the New Frontier. Eleanor and Tripp kind of adapt to the New Frontier life. We find out Joan is actually evil. She was the mastermind, and she has you locked up, basically, and threatens to frame all the evil the New Frontier ever did on Javier and David as the true villains, so people will see her as a hero. And yeah, it is kind of generic Walking Dead 101, but it leads us into our 4th episode, Thicker Than Water. And yeah, this one going into lackluster dead feet. This one, basically, it's all about Javier and David's relationship, and honestly, what kind of cemented David as irredeemably bad. We get the flashback where it turns out David actually confiscated Alvin Jr. from Clementine. Yeah, we get Clementine's final flashback. Alvin Jr. was taken away by David because David deemed her a bad mother unfit to take care of the baby. Yeah, coming from the guy who abandoned his family, he says Clementine is a bad parent and has AJ taken away, and Clementine is exiled from the community. We also do meet Clementine's friend, Ava. She was introduced in episode 3, but here we get a lot more character from her. Basically, you're taking down Joanne and exposing her and the New Frontier as the real bad guys, while it's trying to deal with sneaking around the evil cowboy community. It is very meh. It's mediocre of an adventure, but it's a lot of focus on the Garcia family drama. Kate and David are fully breaking apart. Gabe wants to be with his dad, but is starting to realize Javier is a better father. Clementine and Javi get a moment of team up. I think this is that also cringe moment where Clementine asks Javier about periods. Yeah, really, that's a thing in this game, as if you didn't hate it enough. Family don't end in blood, boy. For Christ's sake, fallen from grace-wise, David compared to Anakin Skywalker makes Anakin look like a saint. Also, that one bit involving tampons for Clementine was a funny bit. Yeah, I'm getting to that. Okay, depending on who you ask, this is either the funniest joke in the series or the cringiest. Clementine asks Javier about periods and tampons. Why are you asking a grown man about this? Shouldn't you be asking Kate? No, or Eleanor, who's a nurse, but no, she asks Javier, and yeah, you help Clementine swipe tampons while invading the hospital. You're stealing, like, medical supplies, and Yuri Lowenthal plays, like, this clinically depressed doctor who has grown guilty. He is, like, very tired of living, and he's upset that Joan turned out to be an evil monster, so he begs Javier to mercy kill him to atone for his actions. He knew the New Frontier were bad guys this whole time, but he's a complete coward and a tool who doesn't want to stand up to an old lady. Yeah, very badass character there. Yeah, Yuri Lowenthal basically dies in the scene. He has Clementine or Javier mercy kill him. You give him, like, a lethal injection, and that's the end of him. What a compelling character. So basically, you're undoing the New Frontier and their power. You team up with Ava, who's a good guy. You help free Tripp and Eleanor. Spoilers, this will backfire on you. You team up with Clementine. You prove which family members trust you. David, Gabe, or Kate. Kate actually ends up doing something in this chapter. She tries saving you, so I can at least say she was a lot more useful than stupid Gabe, and a lot more likable than David, who's an obnoxious prick in this one. So, Joan is threatening to execute David and pin all the New Frontier murders onto him without much proof. She shows, like, the corpses of all the people you've killed, and then it leads to a big-ass fight scene where you can cap Joan, and it leads to Kate driving a car, destroying the safe zone walls, letting in an army of walkers, because how else was this gonna end? Walkers invade the New Frontier Sanctuary, all chaos breaks loose, and unfortunately the one thing that pissed me off is, if you don't kill Joan here, then she completely gets away. She's not even in the finale, and Clint kind of either dies or disappears too. Like, Clint and Joan are clearly the bad guys, and there is no satisfying payoff either way. You either cap Joan or she runs away and is on the loose for a sequel that'll never happen, or Clint dies and is on the loose but you don't really care because he's such a pushover. Yeah, Joan, of course, gets exposed, and the safe zone falls apart, and it ends with walkers invading the base, leading into our finale from the gallows. And yeah, this one's going into lackluster. The finale is easily the most disappointing finale we've ever had. Basically, you're trying to save the innocent civilians in the New Frontier who weren't evil from a zombie invasion, and it's a complete test of your morals, and it leads to the ultimate love triangle battle between Kate, Javier, and David. And at this point, David is completely and thoroughly unlikable. This is where you get, like, the final flashback, and you find out the big twist. Javier and David were talking with their dad, who was dying of cancer, and it's revealed that the dad sees Javier as the mature, responsible brother. That David is the immature one. David is the emotionally unstable baby of the bunch, and David is not a good man. Yeah, As if you didn't predict that from a mile away. Also, you failed to mention Lily from season 1. She's in season 4. Either that or I missed it, but yeah, spoilers, she comes back in the 4th season, but as Bane, that comes later. Yeah, Lily's in season 4. She's not in the New Frontier. I heard rumors she was gonna be coming back, and we all thought it was season 4, the New Frontier, but no, it didn't happen until the final one. So, I know you guys want to get to the final season because it's the good one, but yeah, we gotta wrap up the Javier story. So, basically, Eleanor completely betrays you. She's a total bitch, and she threw you under the bus. You have that final decision where you choose who lives or dies. Trip or Ava? I always try to spare Trip because Trip is a lot more well-rounded a character and he goes out more like a badass, whereas Ava goes out crying like a wuss on that bridge scene. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. They both die anyway in the finale, so the New Frontier completely falling apart. You're with your group of cool kick-ass characters. You manage to survive the walkers, and then it leads to the grand finale. Do you save the New Frontier's innocent civilians or stop David? David completely embraces his villain arc here, and it leads to that super cringy fight scene. Yeah, we find out Kate decides she wants to be with Javier. Kate wants Javier to be her man, and Gabe trusts Javi more than his own dad, leading to David having a total meltdown and throwing a little bitch fit, trying to kill Javier, and it leads to easily the most unintentionally hilarious scene in this game, the "I love you, man." Stop saying that. I love you, brother. Don't you dare. And it is so funny. It reminded me of that scene where Brian's telling Stewie, it's not your fault. I know that, man. It's not your fault. Quit it, man. It's not your fault. Don't do this to me, man. Don't do this. It's not your fault. You son of a bitch. Yeah, that reminded me exactly of that scene where David has a complete man-baby meltdown and tries to murder his brother in cold blood. Again, this is the guy who started the series telling you that family was important, trying to murder his bro. He's pissed off that Kate left him and that his son admires Javier over him, and David goes nuts and almost kills Javi, but decides to take Gabe hostage and goes on a rampage driving around in a truck, Yeah, and it leads to the final choice. Do you go after David and Gabe or save the New Frontier? And as somebody who has grown nothing but utter hatred for both David and Gabe by this point, I always pick save the town, and saving the town is also not very interesting. It's a generic fight scene. Basically, Kate, Javier, and Clementine, and Jesus either save the town from the walkers, you clear out all the zombies, very easily I might add, you're just machine gunning all the walkers down, or you chase David and Gabe to save them, and I do not care enough to do this option. I never choose saving David or Gabe because they both suck. Gabe's been nothing but a loser, whiny, useless emo teen who spent all the game deciding who he wants to be his real dad and being shipped with Clementine, and David is completely unsympathetic. I don't feel for him. I don't want to redeem him. David is a complete unhinged lunatic who's brought all this pain and suffering on himself, so saving him is a complete waste to me. Also, Clementine's love interest comes back as a zombie or something like that. Yeah, whoever you don't save came back as a walker. Sacrifice-wise, I mean. Yeah, okay, so I always choose save the community because we also get more action scenes with Jesus. So there are alternate endings. If you save the safe zone, then you rebuild it your way, and Kate's alive in that ending. And unfortunately, David and Gabe die in that ending. But if you choose to save David and Gabe, then Kate died and became a zombie at some point. She epic failed at saving the city. And yeah, it leads to one of the Garcia family members having a tragic emotional death, either Kate, David, or Gabe, and The one I think they put the most effort into was Gabe's. Gabe was bitten by a walker. David ended up killing himself because he was an idiot. He drove in blind rage and died in the car crash, and Clementine finally kisses Gabe. Yeah, there's your nausea fuel. If you need to barf now, do it. Yeah, Clementine and Gabe hook up if you let him live, which is why I don't choose that ending. And depending on what happens, Javier is in charge of the remnants of the New Frontier. I guess the civilians forgave him for all that BS that happened. And yeah, Javier is the leader with whichever surviving Garcia family member by your side. Your Kate becomes your girlfriend if you saved her, David and you are cool, or Gabe becomes the son you always wanted, and yeah, happy ending for Javier regardless, and Clementine gets a stupid haircut, which I'm glad they retcon in the final season, and we find out where AJ is. Apparently, Alvin Jr. was taken to a ranch that the New Frontier owned somewhere across the state, which, yeah, feels like a complete BS reason not to have the baby in this game, but yeah, Clementine sets off on her final adventure solo, parting ways with Javier, and that was the New Frontier. It is lackluster. I could see people putting this as the worst game in the series, but Michonne was a lot more worse. I did like some characters. I did like Kate, mostly because of her romantic drama with Javier. Javier was not that bad a character, and Jesus was awesome. Jesus is the best new addition to this video game. He and Javier can actually become bros by the end of the finale, and of course, Clementine is the only reason to play this game. However, Gabe and David are god-awful. David Garcia is the worst villain ever. The zombies are so non-threatening, and the New Frontier are basically every evil group ever we've seen on The Walking Dead. It is a lackluster dead feat. Yeah, the New Frontier is easily one of the lamer games in the saga. If you want to play it, that's fine. It won't waste your time because the episodes are like an hour long each, but man, did this one have some missteps and not give anyone hope for the future of Telltale. From the Gallows is easily the worst finale. Well, Michonne's is much worse, but this one easily the worst of the Clementine saga. A complete step down from Season 2. I can see some people defending the New Frontier because there is good here. None of them made it into F tier, so I did like things about it, so it is kind of a bronze skull to me. That's as much a high praise as it'll get. So I'm putting From the Gallows at lackluster dead feet. But now let's finally end this with the final season. The last ever Clementine story, the finale. Done running. Yep, Clementine is back and she finally ditched Javier. Clementine and now a grown-up Alvin Jr. are the main characters, and they're trying to, what else, survive the zombie apocalypse, only to run into another wacky misadventure. The first episode I will be putting on... might put it on Governor Good. Yeah, I know, I'm gonna upset a few people, but episode 1, easily the simplest of the story arcs, but it has one hell of a final act. So, Clementine and Alvin Jr. are a lot more grown up, so yeah, Clementine is now legal. She is a young adult by this point. Now, Clementine is the adult, while Alvin Jr. is the kid she has to raise. She has completely swapped roles with Lee Everett at this point. Clementine is like the new Lee Everett style character, and she undergoes a lot of growth in this season, and it's one of the high points of this. However, episode 1, I will say, was a bit of a weak start. Hi, Kat. Sorry I'm late. Hey, cool show. Glad you made it. Also, major props to the voice actors in the game franchise, especially Clementine's voice actress. Just like the voice actress for Ahsoka is all kinds of awesome. Yeah, the voice cast is definitely good, even in the bad games, like Michonne. But yeah. Okay, so the first episode, it's a slow start. You're getting adjusted to Clementine and AJ's dynamic. AJ is a lot more grown up and become kind of a feisty kid. He's very much a new Clementine. However, AJ has had no childhood before the apocalypse, so he is very much a product of this harsh world. And Basically, Clementine is giving AJ his morals, his viewpoint of this world. In episode 1, you are rescued by this group of, I kid you not, child survivors. There's all these children who are in a special needs boarding school who helped take Alvin Jr. and Clementine in. They saved you from a walker attack and are treating your wounds, and they become your new group. And don't worry, they are here all the way to the end of the series. We meet basically these group of, I would say, colorful runaway kids. They all have like issues and baggage, and the kids have no adult supervision, and Clementine is kind of here to be their mentor figure. Clementine has to step up as a leader and teach these kids how to be hardened survivors. These kids are all pretty fun, unique, and you do care about them. We meet this Kiefer Sutherland looking guy. He looks like David from the Lost Boys. We meet Brody, we meet Violet, we meet Lewis, we meet the fat girl voiced by Ollie Hillis. She's like the medic girl. We meet the funny goofy kid, the comic relief. He's like a chronic masturbator. We meet the fat kid, the nice fat kid. We meet the socially awkward shy guy. A lot of fun characters. Oh, and of course, episode 2, we'll meet a whisperer soon. It's like poetry, it rhymes. Yeah, it does. So, Clementine is basically the Ahsoka Tano of The Walking Dead, especially in this season. Clementine is showing the kids the ropes, and the kids are helping Clementine adjust into their group. They're like testing Clementine and AJ, seeing if they can become full-time members. You're bonding with them, and Clementine and AJ at last get to meet kids. They actually interact with kids around their own age, and they're growing up together. There are no adults here, but it also is kind of a red flag because there's no adult supervision. It means the kids can be taken advantage of or easily harmed by adult villains. And we do meet adult villains in this later. Yeah, there's a twist villain or two are here, but they come in the next episodes. In here, we find out Clementine and AJ beat up this creepy weirdo-looking guy who tells Clementine that their friends are not who they seem. He tries to rob Clementine, but Alvin Jr. and Clem easily beat him up and push him out to like a group of walkers, but he survives and vows revenge. Then, when you get back to the school, you find out there's more to this group than meets the eye. Brody and the Kiefer Sutherland-looking kid are a bit worried about this, and they're panicking now, and they basically know the guy who Clementine attacked them. And we find out the truth that Kiefer Sutherland has been making deals with this evil group. I forgot what they were called. They're basically this evil group who abduct and brainwash children into being their cannon fodder soldiers, and they're at war with another group, so they're trying to invade the private school to take these kids and turn them into their personal soldiers, forcibly recruiting them and brainwashing them into being a part of their villain team. And we find out Kiefer Sutherland and the girl Brody actually traded 2 of their fellow students to keep this group away from them. And now they're going back on their deal and coming back for more. And they believe that Clementine has only helped make them like an easy target, like finally find and track down their school. And Brody ends up killed, betrayed by Kiefer Sutherland. Kiefer Sutherland kid is like freaking out. He wings Brody and gives her concussion and runs away, trapping Clem and AJ in like the basement. And it's very clear Brody is dying and will soon become a walker, leading to a timed fight where you have to escape her. Yeah, like Lord of the Flies. For the moment you said child survivors, I was like Ghostface from Robot Chicken. Oh. Like Lord of the Flies, but you can enjoy it because it's not your school assignment. Yeah, the school is basically a whole bunch of kids. I believe this is more than the Lost Kids from Peter Pan and Wendy with Alice from Resident Evil movie's daughter. Yeah, there's very much kind of a Lord of the Flies and Lost Boys kind of kid tribal mentality. It's pretty fun. Kiefer Sutherland turns out to be a twist villain, and he is going to try and trade Clementine and AJ to keep the students from realizing the truth that the evil group is still hunting them, and believes that if they give them Clementine and AJ, then they won't attack the other kids. But no, this is all clearly gone to hell. The group wants to abduct all the children. Clementine fights and kills zombie Brody. You make it out of the basement, and there's this big confrontation in the dark storm where Kiefer Sutherland is telling the students that Clementine is evil, and Clementine is exposing him for what he is, leading to a huge trust dilemma. You can either convince the Kiefer Sutherland kid to stand down or fight him, and it ultimately ends with knockoff Vampire David getting capped. Kiefer Sutherland kid gets shot, killed, dead by Alvin Jr. Alvin Jr. kills this guy after you tried negotiating with him, and it leads to a moral dilemma where all the kids are now scared and confused and don't know what to do, and Alvin Jr. looking like a villain. And that is the end of the first episode. I think it's pretty good, but not one of my favorites. We spend a lot of time in the private school, and we do a lot of mini games in this one. You help them kill walkers, hunt down fish, hunt down like deer and rabbits. You do get to know the kids a little, but not too much. It is mostly Brody and the Kiefer Sutherland kids' character story, and both of them end up dead by the end of the episode, so not too much attachment there. But it does end on a pretty nice twist where Alvin Jr. starts showing a dark side, pretty much showing you that AJ is not going to be like Clementine from the first season. He's going to be a lot rough around the edges. But I think the first one is pretty good. Then comes the second one, Suffer the Children. This one steps up things greatly. This one I will put onto S tier. Sorry, check out my comments. Alright, hang on. I gotta get more water, so I'll be right back. But get excited for episode 2 of the final season. Hey there, Alvin Jr. It's me, Disco Broccoli. Yeah, I forgot to mention the final season you get collectibles. They're pretty cute, honestly. Okay, so, Suffer the Children. We find out more about what's going on here. The school was once attacked by this evil villain group who wanted to abduct the kids, and 2 of the kids went missing, and it's strongly inferred that Kiefer Sutherland and Brody traded them to keep themselves alive. However, we find out that the villains are going back on the deal and want the rest of the children to become a part of their brainwashed soldier army. The group is now completely terrified of AJ and Clementine. Clementine basically regains their trust back and wants to help them fight. Help them stand up against the evil villain group. Basically re-wins their trust after almost losing it when they killed Kiefer Sutherland kid. Clementine proves herself and risks her life getting them supplies and prepping them for war. The kids are very adamant, but slowly but surely grow to like Clementine and trust them and realize that their leader was not a good guy. They form a new fresh start with Clementine and trust her to guide them to victory. And it's here where we meet our twist villain. The leader of this villain faction is Lily. Yeah, Lily. Lily from Season 1 returns in this episode. Lily is now the leader of a group of bandits, and she's friends with the creepy guy Abel, and she's actually the leader of this violent group invading the school. Lily meets Clementine for the first time in years, and I'm gonna upset a lot of people, but Lily's return does not have the gravitas it should have. Namely, one, Lily and Clementine barely interacted in the first season. Like, I remember season 1, Lily, shared a few scenes with Clementine, and I was hoping we get, flashbacks showing them bonding, but no. Lily and Clementine meet each other for the first time, and now they are at complete odds with one another. Lily's now the villain, Clementine's now the hero, and Lily tries to play nice with Clementine more than the other kids, and it is very clearly BS. Lily is far gone by this point. You end up fighting her, run away. Lily wants to take those kids, and now she knows Clementine is with them. You manage to escape her, and you're saved by a whisperer named James, played by, I kid you not, the Black Ranger himself, Johnny Young Bosch. Yep, it all comes full circle to Power Rangers again. Johnny Young Bosch is in this game, and he voices a renegade whisperer. For those of you who don't know the Walking Dead lore, the Whisperers are this villain group who are human beings who skinned and dress up as zombies. They wear a zombie hide over themselves like a costume and blend in with the Walking Dead. It is very weird and trippy, but very fun. Yeah, James is a former whisperer, and he offhandedly mentions the war with Rick's group. He left the group under Alpha's leadership because he didn't like that they were invading colonies. And yeah, James is a heroic renegade whisperer who becomes an ally for Clementine, and I think another potential love interest. Yeah, it's pretty hilarious hearing Johnny Young Bosch on The Walking Dead, and he's implied to be a love interest for Clem, but don't get too attached to him. He and Clementine form an alliance, and it turns out James can actually help them win this war. James has used the Whisperer tactic of herding the walkers. This is how the Whisperers get by. They mastered the way of the zombie and can actually train them, and this gives them an ace in the hole. James's Whisperer tactics can help them win this war against Lily's group. Yeah, all came full circle to Power Rangers. Also, Negan banged Alpha in the series. Yeah, he did. Makes me wonder whatever happened to the RV that Lily drove off in Season 1. Well, Kenny said it didn't have much gas in it, so she clearly didn't get far. So, Episode 2, basically the calm before the storm. It's building up the war with Lily's group, and very fun. You actually get to train, you get to bond with the kids some more, and you pretty much meet the entire cast by this point. And Episode 2 is where you choose your love interest. You can romance either James, but don't get too attached to him. You can romance Lewis or Violet. Violet is the bad girl. She's the lone wolf. She's the one in your face. Violet's the misunderstood loner with a heart of gold. Lewis is the class clown. He's the comic relief. He's the goofball, but I kind of like Lewis. I think Lewis is a much better match for Clementine than friggin' Gabe. And low-key, James can be your love interest, but I recommend not doing that based on what Telltale does with him in the following episodes. And basically, you get to fight at the end. It's an invasion of the school. It gives you Lord of the Rings and Lord of the Flies moments. Survival of the fittest. Lily's group attacks the school. They manage to abduct some of the characters, and whoever is your love interest does get abducted, I believe. Or, no, whoever you don't romance gets abducted. Yeah, Violet or Lewis gets abducted, and a few of the random kids you don't really remember, they get abducted. The school is invaded, but they only get half the children in the school. Lily gets injured, and you actually succeed at capturing her right-hand man, Abel. Abel gets beaten up by a teenage girl. What a pathetic minion, right? Yeah, Abel gets captured and left behind, while a few of the kids are captured and taken, and Lily's group retreats, realizing that they can't win this war, so they take what they got, ending on a cliffhanger of what to do now. And I think Suffer the Children is easily the S tier episode. This one is pretty cool, pretty great, very fun. But then we get to episode 3. But this one, I think it is what we really should have started on. This one is a solid episode for sure, and you really get to care about the kids by this point onward. And it is fun seeing Lily return, now as a villain. But we get to episode 3, Broken Toys. Oh boy, this one, I'm afraid I might have to put it onto A, but we'll put it on high A. This is the rescue mission, saving the children who were abducted. Now Clementine is going to lead the attack. Now you take the fight to them. Attack Lily and her evil villain posse, who have this evil steamboat for a villain base. They're taking the kids on board and are going to torture/brainwash them into becoming their ultimate fighters, and Clementine and the remaining survivors are going to launch a rescue mission. Save Violet, Lewis, the fat kid, and I believe the Hispanic kid was also taken. Yeah, save them and help free all the children they're holding prisoner. Oh my darling, oh my darling, oh my darling Clementine. I hate that song, or I love that song. Highly recommend Lewis or Violet. Yeah, Lewis and Violet, much better than Gabriel, by far. Unfortunately, the one you don't romance gets taken by the group, and very tragically tortured. It's like, wow, way to rub salt in the wounds. You don't end up with Clementine, but you do get tortured. Yeah, either I think Violet loses an eye, or Lewis loses his tongue, which I thought was more horrifying. But yeah, basically, you interrogate Abel, and depending on how the interrogation goes, you manage to get enough information to work with him. Abel ends up mercy killed by Clementine, and you board the steamboat ship to rescue the kids. They set up a sequel through this, but it's never followed up on because this is Clementine's final arc. And in a very odd twist, it turns out there's a second villain in this game. The kids meet Minnie. Yes, Minnie. Who the heck is Minnie? She was one of the girls who was at school, voiced by Jeremy Lay. She was one of the kids Kiefer Sutherland and Brody traded away. Minnie is a dark reflection of Clementine. Basically, the stranger to Clementine's Lee Everett. And I'm just gonna say it. Lily and Minnie are not very good villains. They are easily the weakest characters in the game. Lily is not too attached to Clementine, and she spends too much time off screen. And Minnie is the endgame boss. Yeah, I know, major spoilers, but Minnie is the endgame villain. Jeremy Lay does a pretty good job, but the character's writing is what I have a problem with. Minnie is basically this evil Clementine, a dark reflection of what Clementine could have been if she was raised evil. Minnie is a brainwashed soldier working for Lily's group and completely drank the Kool-Aid. She is crazy. She is kissing their butts. She is so loyal, she murdered her own twin sister to join this group. She is that brainwashed and far gone, and she used to be Violet's ex-girlfriend. They were lesbians. lesbians. They were a couple together, and they point out that Minnie is completely unrecognizable by this point. Minnie went from a nice shy girl into this cackling psychopath who is all in with Lily's organization. And yeah, basically Dark Clementine. Minnie and Clem do not get along, and very clearly building up a fight between them. Yeah, I recommend Lewis or Violet. They were much better love interests. So, Cher Millet plays Minnie. She does not do that bad a job, but the writing definitely needed some work. Minnie has it out for Clem, even though this is the first time they're meeting, and she is kind of pissed off that Clem is now the leader of her children group, and it's going to lead to an inevitable fight between the two. However, you break into Lily's base, it turns out to be a trap. Minnie is still evil and is Team Lily. She betrays her own friends and reveals that she murdered her sister, who was also traded in cold blood. The sister wanted to escape because these people are evil. Minnie embraced being evil and is now Lily's new second in command. Minnie is a product of their brainwashing, and basically a reason why to stop these villains. We get more backstory for Lily. We find out Larry was this total abusive dad, which I'm kind of iffy on. I thought Lily and Larry actually did like each other, but no, it's retcon that Larry was a bad dad and makes kind of killing him feel more earned. Yeah, Larry apparently punished Lily because she would never turn off the lights or kept the freezer open whenever she ate ice cream. He took away all the power in their house just to teach her a lesson. Yeah, really, Larry is that deranged, and it makes him seem like he was a psycho dick before the apocalypse started, but yeah, they're retconning that Lily was always an evil character, and I don't like that. I don't like that they made Lily totally evil and psycho by this point, which is why it's down here onto A tier. But it does lead to one epic prison break. Clementine manages to outmaneuver Lily, break them loose, and they destroy the steamboat, completely derail Lily's evil scheme. You break out, kill all her gang members, and it leads to the final choice. Do you kill Lily or not? And at this point, Lily is irredeemably evil. I do kill her. And if you don't, she kills Johnny Young Bosch. Yeah, if you spare Lily when she's totally at your mercy, Lily completely stabs Johnny Young Bosch in the back, and he dies. Yeah, Johnny Young Bosch, you got him as a cool kick-ass whisperer, and he dies even though he wanted to spare her and convinced you of doing the right thing. But yeah, that's the end of him in this chapter, unless you play the next one and he lived, but yeah. Johnny Young Bosch dies, and either Johnny Young Bosch or Lily die. That is the twist ending of this, and the boat's coming down, ending episode 3. This one had some awesome moments, and it sets up interesting moments, but unfortunately, it loses points because it does retcon some stuff from the first season. Making Lily completely irredeemably evil is definitely an option I have mixed feelings on, and Johnny Young Bosch dying is a complete sin in my book. The final battle is alright, but nothing we haven't been blown away. Nothing that will blow us away. Sorry, just checking the comments. Which you prefer, Minnie versus Clementine or Lily versus Abby? Lily versus Abby, because they both deserve it. Yeah, so Lily dies in this chapter, or she runs away, leading to our finale, Take Us Back. Yep, this is it, the grand finale to the Clementine saga, and our tier list. Okay, so no matter what choices you make, Lily either gets away completely scot-free or dies, because Minnie is the endgame villain. Yeah, Minnie, the girl who is brainwashed by this cult, is actually Clementine's ultimate arch nemesis. Minnie takes over as the villain. She gets her face deformed and ripped apart by a walker, swears bloody vengeance upon Clementine, and basically it's you trying to get the kids home. You rescue all the kids, you rescue Lewis, Violet, the fat kid, 10, and Alvin Jr., and potentially Johnny Young Bosch if he didn't get killed by Lily. You save him too. You escape the sinking ship. All the cult leaders either die or run away in complete defeat. Lily is gone forever, no matter what choices you took, but Minnie takes over as the main villain. Minnie gets deformed, gets covered in blood, and she has this psychotic meltdown where she wants revenge on Clementine and stalks you all the way to the final act. The one thing I hate about this chapter is if you save Johnny Young Bosch, he turns evil. Yeah, the Whisperer turns against you, and gonna hurt people, but this one also going on to Daryl Delight. This one's an A episode. Yeah, almost made it to S tier based on the ending, but the beginning and Minnie as the boss is what really bothered me. So, Johnny Young Bosch turns against you and says, "You're a bad mother, you're not fit to take care of Alvin Jr." And you finally call his dumbass out. Very satisfying that you get to at least call out a traitor character in this. But yeah, Johnny Young Bosch is done with Clementine and he goes on his own. That is, if he didn't die horribly. Yeah, that's his fate. He either turns against Clementine or he gets completely backstabbed for showing mercy. What a great way to end this guy's character arc. Yeah, The Walking Dead, the final season, will make you hate Johnny Young Bosch almost more than the Devil May Cry anime. But that's it, he's done. He quits and leaves, and basically, it's you trying to get the kids home. You're trying to get back to the school, trying to escape the zombie horde because, big shock, walkers were attracted to the explosion at the steamboat. You and Alvin Jr. and potentially Lewis or Violet and Ten are trying to get back to the school, and you have to cross over this very rickety old pioneer bridge. It's very clearly unsafe, and as you can expect, things go wrong. And this leads to our final boss, Minnie. Yeah, miraculously, despite being brutalized by zombies, bleeding out, on foot, completely insane, Minnie caught up with Clementine, and it leads to the final boss fight. She wants to kill herself and her brother Ten in one last final screw you towards Clementine, and you battle a zombie horde on the bridge. For some reason, the zombies don't kill Minnie, I guess because she was covered in blood, and apparently it was enough to get rid of her scent. She fights Clementine on that bridge, actually gets some hits in and brutalizes Clementine with an axe, and of course, you eventually kill her, but it leads to the final Telltale choice. Do you either save your love interest or save Ten, the little kid? And yeah, it is kind of a hard choice because Ten doesn't know any better. He is mentally challenged, but Lewis/Violet is your love interest, so there is a lot more favoritism there. Agree, Cat. You don't kill Bumblebee from Fall of Cybertron. Yeah. I don't know how you'll get revenge. Minnie, you're infected from your face bite, making you look like that chick from the face patch from the Influencer, the movie. Yeah, Minnie looks like a deformed Two-Face looking freak, and you finally defeat her. You feed her to the zombies. I guess the blood on her wasn't enough, but yeah, Minnie dies, and Minnie was just not compelling enough of a character to be a satisfying boss fight to me. It's like, yeah, the action is cool, but the character does not earn this fate. It would have been more satisfying if it was Lily, but no, they leave the door open for her to have a redemption. But yeah, Lily and Minnie are completely defeated, and we get to the infamous part, the fake out, where Clementine gets bit. Yes, after everything, Clementine gets infected, and I did not buy that they were going to kill her off. A lot of people thought they were. No, of course that didn't happen. It's like a rehash of Lee Everett. Clementine got infected by a zombie, and Alvin Jr. saves her, where he actually drags a grown woman into a barn, where we get a George Romero Dawn of the Dead climax. Yep, you're in a barn fending off zombie hordes. Alvin Jr. finally steps up, proves himself, and learns from what Clementine's taught him. He gets to be a badass, gets to show that he is grown up enough to take care of her, and We get a very painfully fake out death scene where we're tricked into believing Clementine is dead. She succumbed to her wounds. We see a death dream with Lee Everett talking to Clem. This actually is a pretty nice scene, which is why I put it up on A. Yeah, Take Us Back actually has Dave Fennoy's Lee Everett returns to give Clementine some parental advice, and it all came full circle. He tells Clem that she did a good job and that his death was not in vain because he saved her, and Clementine's grown into quite the woman. We also see the flashback of how Clementine saved Alvin Jr. with a cameo from Eddie from 400 Days. Yeah, were you wondering what happened to Eddie, the guy in the car? He shows up in the flashback just to die. Yeah, he's one of the New Frontier goons who was guarding Alvin Jr. and basically Clementine shot him in the head. Yeah, thank you. The 400 Days feels so much more fulfilling from that scene. Yeah, Eddie from 400 Days cameos, he dies, and Clementine managed to break into the New Frontier base and saved Alvin Jr., showing that she is a good mother worthy protecting him, and Alvin Jr. repays the favor. Saving Alvin Jr. was a good thing because Alvin Jr. ends up saving Clementine. He amputates Clementine's leg Herschel style. Yeah, exactly like Herschel from the Walking Dead TV show. Clementine was bitten on the leg, and they chop off her leg, and we see Clem's alive. I guess he cauterized the wound somehow, and Clementine's walking on stilts like Herschel Green. Yep. Happy ending! Clementine survived, Alvin Jr. saved her, and he returned to the school safe zone with most of the kids still alive, having a Thanksgiving dinner. Yep, it ends that way. Clementine has found her new family and accepted her role as a good caretaker. Lee Everett's death was not in vain, and Clementine's story arc is fulfilled. She raised Alvin Jr. right and is now living with these kids in a final happy ending send-off for them. They have their own fat family and are having Thanksgiving together, with more funny choices in the end. But that is the end of Clementine's story arc, and I will put it onto A because it did have a lot of good moments. It did stick the landing for Clementine's story arc. However, I do have some issues with it. Namely, Minnie sucks as a villain. She was not a good character. I'm sorry, but she does not have that same gravitas and flair that the Stranger had. The Stranger being the anti-Lee Everett. Minnie was supposed to be the anti-Clementine, but did not work. Minnie was just too undercooked and underdeveloped, but giving Clementine her happy ending in the final wave goodbye, definitely satisfying. I am so glad that Clementine and AJ lived happily ever after together, so it will go on the top of the A tier. Also nice to have Herschel in Season 1 as a cameo, RIP to the actor that played him in the series. Yeah, Scott Wilson, he was awesome. Yeah, Herschel basically has his fate repeated by Clementine, but don't worry, Clementine won't be chopped up by a katana blade. So that is the final season. I do not think it is better than the first season, but it is pretty good. Yeah, the final season, it did its job. It stuck the landing. It gave Clementine a proper final farewell. I don't replay it too often, mostly because I wasn't too attached to some of the characters, and I do think Lily and Minnie are easily the weakest villains, but it is a good game. It wins second place after the original, of course. The original is a masterpiece. The final season is a proper finale, so it does have its good moments, and most of the episodes are pretty much delightful to perfect. Only one pretty decent episode, but yeah, Daryl delightful for 3 and 4. The final 2 are good, and episode 2 I think is where it peaks. But yeah, that completes our tier list. We'll go over it one last time for any of you late birds, or any of you who just click ahead to see me talk about all of them as a whole. We talked about every episode, so we'll go over them one last time, only for their place on this list, though. Yeah, I don't know how Minnie would get revenge when her face was pretty torn apart. She apparently went insane with that, though. Alright, to wrap up, F tier, Lucille fodder, all the Michonne episodes. The Michonne game is a disappointment. It's underwhelming, it does nothing, and kind of gives Michonne nothing we haven't seen before. Just watch the TV show. It is only good for that kick-ass song, Gun in My Hand, and easy achievements, but it is not a good Walking Dead game. All three are F. Then, lackluster. Easily the final 2 episodes of The New Frontier. The finale was kind of a letdown. It had good moments. I liked Javier. I really loved Jesus. I liked the romance with Kate, actually, but David Garcia is the worst character ever, and he brought it down hard. These are lackluster. Speaking of which, average Carl, above the law, the twist that the New Frontier was evil, you could see coming a mile away, and David Garcia is completely unsympathetic from this point onward. It is a average episode, but not as bad as the final 2. But the good ones, the New Frontier's starting episodes, the 2-parter, which really should have been 1 episode because they're so short. The 2-parter was a decent start. Unfortunately, what came after is why it's so low on this list. Then, the Season 2 finale, No Going Back. The decision between Kenny and Jane is very easy to make, and this episode is just full-on depressing, nihilistic. I do not like it, and it kind of made Season 2 a lot weaker in my eyes because it is basically a torture porn for a depressing finale. Then, the first one of Good Governor, the first episode of the final season, Done Running. I think it's fine. It's not one of my favorites. I think it got better as it went along, but it's a decent start, so it's going on the top of Good Governor. Definitely better than these 3. Then A tier, Daryl Delight. The 400 Days, it's just a dumb fun expansion pack. A pretty good fun expansion pack, definitely. But still, it is outclassed by everything else. Amid the Ruins, just a nice filler chapter. Has some breather moments and definitely some fun moments in what I consider the darkest season ever. Then, All That Remains. I think it's a fine start. Unfortunately, the cabin group is not super likable in this episode, which dropped it down. And that scene where Clementine's stitching up her dog bite, that is too gross for me to put into S tier. I think it's a decent start, though. It's on A. Then, the final 2 episodes of the final seasons, Broken Toys and Take Us Back, the fight against Lily's group. I think they are definitely fun. It's where things get serious. It's where the tension absolutely rises. It doesn't make it to S tier because Minnie is not a good twist villain. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it. She's not a good twist villain. But as a finale, they definitely stuck the landing. So it is high A tier. So this was a good tier list, Cat. Nice to go over one of the Telltale games, great game series, and one of my personal favorites. Second only to Jurassic Park the game, though. Bye, Cat. See you next time, my friend. Bye, Christopher. Thanks for joining us. But last one, S tier. Suffer the Children. Easily the best of the final season's episodes. It is definitely a highlight, and it's the calm before the storm, and they actually show you the storm in the end of the episode. We actually see the final battle, and it is pretty intense, and the best action we've ever seen in this series, so it is the final season's best episode to me. Then, In Harm's Way. I actually did kind of like this one in the end. This one had one heck of a kick-ass climax. It is fun, and the Carver character is on full evil villain display here. Michael Madsen knocks it out of the park, and I love Kenny killing him, so that solidified it on S tier. A House Divided. Kenny returns, and that's all I needed to put it onto S tier. Love that Kenny came back, and Michael Madsen is much creepier in this one than he is in the 3rd episode, so easily the top episodes of Season 2. But of course, do I even need to clarify each of these episodes? All of Season 1 is S tier. The first Walking Dead video game is a classic. All episodes felt unique, had their own theme, had their own sense of style, and felt very unique on their own. They stood out more. Clementine and Lee's relationship is the highlight of this saga, and I think all of them are S tier perfect. But if I had to choose number one, it would be the finale, because of Lee Everett's death scene being one of the most tragic moments in video game history. So, Season 1, all S tier, but the finale, that one gets the first place just because of that tragic finale, and it solidified the Walking Dead video game as one of Telltale's best ever. So, No Time Left is our number one, and dead last is Michonne's finale for doing nothing. Fun tier list. Sorry I had to be late. Hey, John Smith. Don't worry, we're wrapping up right about now. So, I love the Walking Dead video games. Season 1 is definitely good. You can see a lot more good than bad. Skip the Michonne game. You do not need to play it. It is Lucille fodder. But, yeah, a lot more good than bad. Even the New Frontier actually had some moments I liked, but a disappointing finale. So, that pretty much completes our tier list. Thank you all for joining us. We'll see what we do next time. I do have a Power Ranger video out on Patreon right now. Check it out. It is a pretty fun one, and it did take me a lot of time to make it, but we'll see what we'll do in the future. I am thinking about doing a top 10. Might return to Tales from the Dark Side. I've been wary about returning to it just because of copyright, but the top 10 is the most likely one. And, Wolf is supposed to have an anime video out soon, but we'll see if that comes to fruition. But for The Walking Dead, it is a good game series. I recommend playing all of them, even the New Frontier. It did have its high points, but don't play Michonne. That is F tier. Don't even bother. But this was a fun tier list. Thank you all for joining us. So now I'll set you guys free. Remember to like, comment, share, and subscribe, or just tune in for more videos here on Wolf Entertainment. I'm your host, Catastrophe, and I bid you all a final farewell. And we're walkers, and we're walkers.